Hello everyone, hello and welcome to the first stream in kind of a new series. Not just because it's a new game that I haven't played before on stream, but because it's kind of a new thing I'm trying to do. I wanted to play more games this year because you asked, and also I realized that the only games I played last year were games I played on stream because I was too busy doing other work, and I only took the time out to play games when I was streaming. So this year, not only do I want to play more games, which means more streaming, but I also wanted to play games that not everyone is playing. So a lot of you have said, hey, can you play this new game that just came out? And it's not that I don't want to play new games. I absolutely do. But I also feel like, well, you're playing those games, and so many people are playing those games. A lot of the games I love are considered old now, or older, which is something I have to come to terms with, because what does that say about me? But there are so many games that I really, really love that are 10, 20, 25 years old. And I think it's a real shame that, for obvious reasons, those games won't get a lot of traction now. Not a lot of people will be checking for them. Many people won't know they exist. If they know that they exist, maybe they don't want to play them because they look dated, or the gameplay feels clunky, or there are so many reasons why you would want to pass up an older game in favor of a newer one, and I completely understand that. So what I'm trying to do here is give myself space and time to play games I love, which won't always be older games, but sometimes it will, like now. But also give you, anyone watching, whether you are a fan of this game, like Mass Effect, if you want to see that again, or if you've never played it, never heard of it, or you're just curious about it, but you don't think that you're necessarily going to pick it up yourself, well, this is a space where you can come and still enjoy the story and my thoughts on the story. I have picked games that are meaningful to me, not just because I played them when I was younger and really enjoyed them, but also because I think they have shaped my choices to go into voice acting for games, how I approach voice acting in games. And so I also wanted to use these games as, I suppose, a springboard for us to talk about voice acting and narrative in games, which is, as you know, what I try to do on this channel. So yeah, I mean, we can call it retro gaming. I think some people had a strong reaction to that, saying, oh, is it really a retro game? But again, if we're being brutally honest, Mass Effect 1 came out in 2007. So that's almost 20 years ago. I struggle to accept that because I don't feel like it was that long ago, but I have to concede that for a lot of people, maybe some of you watching today, that is a long time ago objectively. Maybe you weren't born in 2007. Maybe you were very young in 2007. So we're going to go and look at some older games, and I think they still hold up, but I would love to hear your thoughts as well. So thank you so much for joining me today in this little experiment. We're a smaller group today, which is what I expected because, first of all, it's a Wednesday. It's potentially in the middle of the workday for you. If so, I'm very, very sorry. But I'm trying new times because I can see that the majority of my viewers are actually online at this time of day, apparently, allegedly. So we'll see if this is a good time for people. If it's not, I can go back to streaming Wednesday evenings for me, which obviously will be in a few hours' time. So I'll try and see what the timeline suits people. But the plan is for me to stream Mass Effect a lot this month. I'm going to do it as often as I have time for, which I'm currently thinking will be at least once, sometimes twice a week, and we'll see how far we get. But I think it's feasible that we can probably get through the game, or a lot of the way through the game, in January. And if not, we'll continue into February, and then we'll see what we'll do after that. I will always be doing multiple things. So I will still play Wuthering Waves for those of you who maybe are here from Wuthering Waves. I will still be playing the main story quests when they come out. So it's not like I'm completely jumping from that to something else. But yeah, this is going to be a chill one. We're a small, cozy group. So hopefully I'll be able to chat with you all as we play. I think housekeeping rules apply as always. So whether or not you know this game or not, please don't spoil, because there could be people who are watching for the first time who don't know what's going to happen. So let's not foreshadow too much. Let's not spoil anything. I'd be super happy to hear input from anyone. You know, what you think about the game as we go through it, what you like about the game if you're an old fan. But let's try and keep it spoiler-free and foreshadowing-free. I will also not be playing this in the way where I'm, for every choice asking people, what should I do? Because the thing about these games is there are no canon choices. It's a role-playing game, there is a great choice of freedom, and there are no right and wrong choices. It's just a personal preference, and so we will never agree on which choice is better because none of them are objectively better. It's a preference. So what I will do is I will play this game how I would play it. I have played it many, many times, and I have played it in many different ways. So I've played Paragon, Renegade, Male Shepherd, Female Shepherd. I've probably romanced everyone who is romanceable. I've explored a lot of the options in this game. So I am just going to play it the way I would play it if I was playing it on my own. And we can talk about the choices, but let's talk about them once they're happening, so in a non-spoilery way. I hope that works for everyone. Just out of curiosity, how many of you here have played this game before? How many are here because you want to go down memory lane with me, and how many are completely new? What's the human mask at the back? This, a lot of people ask. It's not the head of my enemies. It's an LED mask. You put it on your face and you look like Iron Man. It's very cool. You've played it 20 times, Final Destination. I love it. I don't know if I can say that I've played it 20 times, but if we total all the games together, I probably have. Completely new? Some? Yeah. Altera's completely new. Bob Ross, completely new. Yeah. Your parents weren't even married when this game came out. Well, Zani Mummy. Now's as good a time as ever to get introduced. And here's the thing, guys. It's totally valid. If you end up watching some of this and you're like, I don't care about this game, this is not for me. That's totally fine. I'm not expecting anyone to love every game because, of course, why would you? So I am just going to play games that I love, and I'm going to talk about why I love them and how they have influenced my career choices and how I work in games now. And it'll just be a good story as well. And if you want to stick around for it, I would love to have you. If you feel like this isn't for you, don't worry. I'm not going to be offended if anyone doesn't want to check it out. You are welcome to join for other streams if I'm doing something else that you would rather see, or, you can just peace out and do whatever you want to do. But this is just an invitation to share stories that I love with you. So thank you for being here. Yeah, we've got some people who've played once, who want to play the game. Some who've played later installments. Okay, yeah. Honestly, this is great. Yeah, guys, I'll be honest, I don't know how to put a poll in here because I'm using Restream to chat with you all, but that's great. Lots of different... We've got pretty much all ends of the spectrum. Yeah, this game did inspire me to be a voice actor in some ways. Not exclusively. I think the game that made me want to be a voice actor is Planescape Torment, which I always talk about. Oh, you finally pulled Card of Thea today. Amazing. And you're playing Mass Effect 1. Perfect. This game did inspire me to become a voice actor in some ways. This was one of the games that was massively influential in my game's tastes. I was a teenager when this came out, and I thought it was brilliant. It's one of the games I really, really enjoyed, and that I still come back to and play a lot. Shepard, the player character, is a character I think is amazing, really interesting. Like Final Destination, I love Jennifer Hale. Jennifer Hale is probably the person with the most influence on my decision to become a voice actor. I think she's amazing. And so, unsurprisingly, I will be playing Female Shepherd. That is not in any way to diminish the equally great performance from Mark Meir, who voices Male Shepherd. Both are completely valid choices. Both are amazing performers and amazing characters. So, again, if you have played this game as Male Shepherd, and that is your canon preferred choice, totally valid. This is an opportunity now to see what it sounds like with a different Shepherd. If you've played both, amazing, you get to experience this one again. Vision renders, it works! We solved the Twitch issue! Yes, amazing. Mark Meir is amazing too, so if you have not played this game and you end up wanting to pick it up, you have the choice of two great voice actors. You can play male or female. They are both fantastic, and they both give you an equally good experience. So it's really just a personal preference. You can play whichever one you enjoy. So I encourage you to go and absolutely explore the game on your own time if you feel that that would be something you'd enjoy. And let me know how that goes. And I'm so glad. So apparently, guys, we had some issues with Twitch. Some people were getting black screens. They could hear the audio, but not see the image. And apparently that was because Twitch doesn't support streaming in more than 1080p. I was not aware of that. Not a professional streamer, guys. So hopefully that seems to be fixed now, which is great. But if anyone is having any issues, do let me know, and I'll see what I can do. Okay, yes, amazing. Yes, great. Black screen issue is fixed. That is a big weight off my heart. I was very sorry to hear that a lot of you couldn't see the past few streams, but it is resolved. Okay. And Eddie, thank you. Yes, you mentioned the dance short. The one and only time you will ever see me dance. If you don't know what he's talking about, I posted, just before New Year's, I did a little silly dance video doing Lene from Wuthering Waves' choreography because it was banging. I will probably never do that again because I'm not a dancer, as I'm sure was apparent, but it was very fun and I wanted to do a silly thing to kind of mark the end of the year with you guys. Yeah, Mass Effect 1 can be a bit of a drag. So just for those of you who are maybe wondering, why are we playing Legendary Edition? Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3 came out as individual games, of course, over time. Legendary came out about 10 years after Mass Effect 3 had come out. It was probably timed with the anniversary of that. I can't remember, but it came out 10 years later. It is sort of it's not a complete remaster, I think, but it has aspects of it. So it kind of unified the three games so that you can play them one into the other. It's still the same content, but I think the graphics have maybe been tweaked slightly. I think some of it, they've made like tiny adjustments. It's not anything noteworthy, but it's small things that make them feel like a more cohesive series of games if you're playing through in a row. And also I think they just upscaled it a tiny bit for like modern graphics. And so I chose to play that version just because I thought that's probably the one that any of you would pick up if you were going to play it now, and it's also probably the one that will be the most streamable. So yeah, so if you're wondering, that's why. I've only played Legendary Edition once, so I'll be honest, I don't fully remember what the differences are, but I think they are fairly minor in terms of the content. Yeah, improved graphics, it's mostly that kind of stuff, so I don't think anyone will be, not all of the DLC is in. Really? Oh, that's a shame, because I do own all DLC. Well, I hope it's all in, but if not, I will lament and explain to you what we're missing. Yes, I have played the Dragon Age games. I love Dragon Age, especially Origins. They're great. Controversially, I also really like Dragon Age 2, which a lot of people don't. So, anyway, yeah, all the major ones are there. Okay. So also, I'm not playing this game modded at all. Both because I'm not sure if that's actually against like the terms of service for playing the games, but again, I'm just trying to give everyone the, I suppose, unfiltered experience. This is what you would get if you pick this game up. So I have not added all sorts of mods, so we're just playing it as it is. Yeah. All right. Okay, guys, I think we're just going to go into it because otherwise we will be here all day. Pinnacle Station DLC not included. Okay, fair enough. I think, as I remember, the majority of DLC is included, and we will obviously play through everything in this game. But we're just going to go, I think I have, yes, amazing. Okay, this should work. Hooray. I'm going to go through the character creator with you quickly, just in case someone is going to play this themselves at some point. But we're not going to spend all day because you absolutely can. I've got the ability to read the chat on the side, and I will try to keep an eye on that. We're going to take it slow today, but let's start by creating a character. I just want to talk, if anyone's new to this, I just want to talk you through kind of what the choices you can make when you're creating your character are. Who am I looking forward to romancing in the game? I'm not going to spoil anything because we've got potentially new players watching, so we will find out when we find out.
Secure connection.
Okay, so I do love this game. Sorry for my my picture hiding Shepard a little bit here. We'll deal with that. It's temporary. So when you are creating your character, you can choose from presets. These are sort of the default appearances for male and female Shepard. Now you might be wondering, why do they look stylistically like they belong in really different games? John here kind of looks, you know, sort of photorealistic. Jane looks a little bit more stylized. The law behind that is that when the game came out originally, they had used a face scan of an actor or model to make the male Shepard face, but they hadn't done so for female Shepard. They did sort of retcon that in the sense that they gave her a canonical appearance, but only in Mass Effect 3, if I remember it correctly. And that's part of the changes in Legendary Edition. They've kind of given you the option to use that preset in Mass Effect 1 and 2 as well, if you just want to play with that default look. We're not going to spend 2 hours creating this character, but we are going to make a new character. I'm going to make a custom female Shepard, just because I want to yap about the great Jennifer Hale. I'm not going to be called Jane because that will remind me of Jane Jackson, my good friend. So I'm just going to go with, I don't know, a generic name. Fun fact, I can never play games with my own name as the character. I would find it incredibly jarring. So we will never see Amanda, but we can have a similar name. We can be Alyssa. We're going to be Alyssa Shepard. It doesn't matter. It's entirely for vibes. Now, I love this bit because they do this clever conceit where they're like, oh no, we've lost the data. You're going to have to remind us what you look like and what you do again. I just think that's a fun way to do a character creator. Hi, Ronan. Hey, hey. No, I'm not going to be Demara. I'm not going to be... Jane Effect, yeah, that's valid too. I can't be Jane though, because then I'll think of Jane Jackson, and I always think of Jane when I'm playing games anyway, so... Right, so, this is a fun thing. You can choose your backstory. Now, obviously the chat is hiding this a little bit, so I'm going to read for you. You have 3 origin stories you can choose from. Now, these are mainly just for flavor, for role-playing, but they do actually affect the story a tiny bit. There will be like a side quest that is individual to each of these origins. So you'll only see one of them in your game. But obviously choose the one that you enjoy. So we've got Spacer. Both of your parents were in the Alliance military. Your childhood was spent on ships and stations as they transferred from posting to posting, never staying in one location for more than a few years. Following in your parents' footsteps, you enlisted at the age of 18. So that's your classic, you're sort of from a military family background. Now we've got Colonist. You were born and raised on Mindoir, a small border colony in the Attican Traverse. When you were 16, slavers raided Mindoir, slaughtering your family and friends. You were saved by a passing Alliance patrol, and you enlisted with the military a few years later. So this is more of a tragic backstory where you go from civilian to becoming military, but all your friends and family are dead. Sorry. Earthborn. You were an orphan raised on the streets of the great metropolises covering Earth. You escaped the life of petty crime and underworld gangs by enlisting with the Alliance military when you turned 18. Now, these are, again, all equally valid origin stories. They are mostly for flavor. I am, for this playthrough, I'm going to go with Colonist. So I'm going to make a lot of choices in my playthrough that are to do with dramatic arcs. And this is genuinely how I play games as myself, guys. I don't play with myself as sort of a self-insert. I don't do, what would Amanda do if she was in this game? Because realistically, Amanda would hide and be afraid and probably die very quickly. So I like to embody a character, maybe because I'm an actor or maybe because that's just what I enjoy, but I play as a character, I don't play as me. And I think for this, for what I would like to do in this playthrough, I think Colonist is the one I'm going to go for. Again, we started out as a normal person, and then something traumatic happened, but we joined the Alliance military to prevent that from happening again. I think that's a nice origin story. I have a question here. Was Erel, which is the player name I use in Wuthering Waves, also a random name, or does it have meaning? It does have meaning, guys. Spoilers, the character names I use in games, with the exception of this, which is just a normal name. I'm not creative, so they are just probably characters in my book. Some of you will know that I'm writing a book, have been forever. It will probably never come out, but these are all character names from my book because I'm lazy and I'm just reusing them. Right, so we're going to go with Colonist. Now we get to choose our psychological profile. This does have a bit more of an influence on the game, but again, it is for flavor, so it's not going to wreck your game, what you choose here. So we have got 3 options. We've got Sole Survivor. During your service, a mission you were on went horribly wrong. Trapped in an extreme survival situation, you had to overcome physical torments and psychological stresses that would have broken most people. You survived while all those around you fell, and now you are alone. Now you alone are left to tell the tale. So that's also kind of a traumatic background. Now we've got War Hero. Oh, whoop, that's not what I meant to do. I just wanted to read it. War Hero. Early in your military career, you found yourself facing an overwhelming enemy force. You risked your own life to save your fellow soldiers and defeat the enemy despite the impossible odds. Your bravery and heroism have earned you medals and recognition from the Alliance fleet. So, as it says, this is kind of a heroic background. You are an exemplary soldier, you've done something amazing, and you are well regarded. Okay, Ruthless. Throughout your military career, you have held fast to one basic rule: get the job done. You've been called cold, calculating, and brutal. Your reputation for ruthless efficiency makes your fellow soldiers wary of you. But when failure is not an option, the military always goes to you first. Now, this is a tiny spoiler, but because it might be relevant for those of you who want to play this game for the first time. This choice, this psychological profile choice, doesn't lock the game for you in any way, but what it does is it indicates your morality or alignment as this character. So this game doesn't use good and evil, which is kind of what older BioWare games at the time did. So, you know, you could play as a good character or an evil character, right? And it was fairly binary. Now, they tried to do something different here by calling the alignments Paragon and Renegade. And it's easy to think, okay, but that's just good and evil with different words on. It's not quite that simple. It's a gross simplification to say that it is. For my money, what it actually is Paragon is, I suppose, like you are the model hero, right? You do the right thing. You know, you leave no man behind, even if it puts people at great risk, right? Because you always do the heroic thing. And it is generally considered a fairly, you know, pleasant, diplomatic, kind playstyle. Renegade, for me, how I've always interpreted that is more of a pragmatic approach. It's utilitarian. It is get the job done at any cost. And not because you don't care about people, but it's sort of a Saving Private Ryan scenario. It's not viable or right to risk a lot of people to save one person. You know, even if we want to save that person, the mission comes first and some casualties are necessary. If it's a question of can we save millions by sacrificing 10 people, then sometimes that is the right call. So I don't think either of these are good or evil. I don't think one is morally correct and morally wrong. I think they are playstyle choices, and I think they are both very interesting to play as. So I think it's a personal choice, isn't it? Which one you like. Now, for me, I quite like the Renegade playstyle because I think I am quite pragmatic. But I don't love how it was implemented in the first game. I feel like the first game is still kind of figuring out what it wants to do with it. And so it feels a little closer to sometimes just being evil or aggressive for the sake of being so. So I don't think it's as elegant in 1 as it is in 2 and 3. So for the character arc I'm going for in this playthrough, we are going to start as a Paragon character, and that may change over time. That's all I'm going to say. If you know, you know, but trust, it will make sense. So for this, again, being the spoiler, which one of these origins you choose will have a small impact on where you start out in terms of leaning Paragon, Renegade, or being in the middle. Yes, so I am going to go with War Hero for this one. So we are going to be a good and noble and righteous character for now. That's the starting point. Okay, so now we get to choose classes. And again, I'm sorry, I know chat's in the way for a little bit. I'll move it for you for a second if I can. Okay. I might move it back when we start playing if that's a bad place for it. But we've got 6 classes to choose from, and it's fairly straightforward. Soldier is your combat specialist. Does what it says in the tin. Any role-playing game you've played, there'll be a soldier fighter kind of class. You are very, very good at fighting. You can use all the weapons in this game. That's that in a nutshell. Engineer is the tech class. So you can still use some weapons, but this nice orange glove that you've got on is called your Omni tool. It is the kind of tech device that allows you to hack things, disrupt security, you can repair things, you can modify things. You can do a lot of interesting things with this. It doesn't completely correspond to, say, being a rogue or a thief in D&D, but it does have some of that hacking stuff, but it's all kinds of interesting utility abilities. So that's really, really cool. You've got Adept, which is the biotic class. Biotics is the closest thing Mass Effect has to magic. It is not magic because this is sci-fi, not fantasy, but it is the equivalent, if we're going to simplify, to being, say, a mage or someone else. It gives you abilities to... So essentially, you have an implant in your brain that allows you to do things, typically things like lift things, throw things, pull things, but you can use it in a variety of ways. So this is the closest to space magic, but it's not magic, before someone comes for me. Now, you also then have 3 options to combine those classes. So you've got Infiltrator, which is a combination of the combat and tech abilities. You've got Sentinel, which is biotics and tech, and you've got Vanguard, which is combat and biotics. So basically, it gives you a range of ways to combine skills so that your character can kind of lean in the direction you want to play. Again, none of this is, better or worse. It's just preference, how you enjoy playing. Interestingly, in pretty much any other game, I tend to go for mage classes. Mass Effect is an exception. I just personally don't love biotics. It's not to yuck anyone's yum. If you play a biotic class, totally valid. Love that for you. Biotics are cool. I just don't love how that plays for me. So I am going to be an infiltrator, which will allow me to do some of the techie stuff and use a sniper rifle, which for me is my preferred weapon. So again, this is just how I'm going to do it. But I think you hopefully now have enough information that you can choose how you would want to play it if you were playing this. All right. Yeah, look, there are all sorts of ways you can play this, and I am happy for you to play it however you want. I am going to be an infiltrator because that is my preferred class, and that is how I'm going to play. Yes, and I'm going to go for the shotgun. So I can choose, because the infiltrator doesn't have access to all the weapons, because that is what the soldier would have. Basically, you have, I think, pistols and not shotguns, pistols and sniper rifles, but I can choose one of the other weapons. I'm going to choose shotguns.
Confirm facial
Again, just a personal choice. Now, I don't have any objection to female Shepard's canonic appearance. It just, I don't know why, it looks a little stylistically out of place with the rest of the game. It looks a little cartoony for me. It feels more stylized. And so I find it a little jarring. So what I am going to do is just change it a tiny bit. We do not have all day, so I spent 5 minutes earlier just finding one of these presets and making it a little, again, less visually jarring for me, just because sometimes these characters, they look okay in the character creator, and then you get in game and it's like, wow, okay. So I'm just going for generic and neutral. Let me see if I can copy this code in. Right, okay. Generic, and this is actually just what the character looked like the first time I played this game. So I've just kind of recreated what she looked like the first time I played this, because I thought that would be the canon experience for me. It's a completely neutral face. She could look like anything. He could look like anything. So if you play this, go ham, make them look as attractive or unattractive as you enjoy. Okay, great. So we're just going to go for this neutral-looking lady. She has a colonist background, so tragic backstory. All her friends and family are dead. Sad. She's a war hero. She's a good guy. She does the right thing. She's an infiltrator. She's got a shotgun. Yeah, that's it. She doesn't look just like me. She doesn't look just like me, but this is how she looks in my head. So that's what she's going to be. All right, let's get into the game. We're going to lock in on these settings. Yeah, we're just going to play however it's just. Yeah, normal sounds fine. We do not want it to auto level up. Level scaling is, yes, so this is just because in legendary mode, I think they have compressed the leveling system a little bit so that you don't get too powerful in the first game, so that you can continue. So I think it's level 1 to 30 in Mass Effect 1 and 2 to 60 later on. We're just going to go for it. We're just going to go for it. Okay. Yes, this is all fine. I'm going to keep subtitles on for accessibility because some of you might appreciate that. Ignore if you don't read subtitles. You can just listen instead. Cool. We are going to go with this. And now I'm going to stop talking so you can enjoy.
Well, what about Shepard? She grew up in the colonies.
She knows how tough life can be out there. Her parents were killed when slavers attacked Mindwar.
She proved herself during the Blitz, held off enemy forces on the ground until reinforcements arrived.
She's the only reason Elysium is still standing.
We can't question her courage.
Humanity needs a hero, and Shepard's the best we've got.
I'll make the call.
I should have read this aloud. Sorry, guys. It moves too fast. But yeah, they're explaining how we got to space. We found a new technology called title of the game. The music cuts out here for some reason, but it'll come back. I tested this earlier. I don't know why, but it was very underwhelming.
The Arcturus Prime relay is in range. Initiating transmission sequence. Commander? We are connected. Calculating transit mass and destination.
I know, Ronan.
The relay is hot. Acquiring approach vector. All stations secure for transit.
Yes, the assault rifle I cannot use.
Approach run has begun. Hitting the relay in 3, 2, 1. Thrusters, check. Navigation, check. Internal emissions sync engaged. All systems online.
I'm just going to move that again.
Just under 1500K.
Going to move back to here.
1500 is good. Your captain will be pleased.
I hate that guy.
Nihilus gave you a compliment. So you hate him.
You remember to zip up your jumpsuit on the way out of the bathroom? That's good. I just jumped us halfway across the galaxy and hit a target the size of a pinhead. So that's incredible. Besides, Spectres are trouble. I don't like having them on board. Call me paranoid.
You're paranoid. The Council helped fund this project. They have a right to send someone to keep an eye on their investment.
Yeah, that is the official story. But only an idiot believes the official story.
I just realized the sound was way down low. Sorry, guys. I've just turned that up for you. Hopefully that's better. Javi, thank you so much. Please go to bed, but thank you so much for your donation and thank you so much for being here as always. Right. Okay. So we are... Yes, sound should now be better. Sorry about that, guys. I turned it down before. Yes, I just quickly wanted to address the reason I'm playing Legendary Edition is for the reasons I stated earlier. It's to ensure that there's sort of consistent flow and that the games are scaled between each other. The censoring thing is about there were certain angles in the original game that were a little gratuitous, and I think they've now changed them so that if you're talking to a woman, you are actually talking to her face, and the camera does not linger elsewhere. That's what's being addressed here. The game is good regardless of which version you play, but you are free to play the one you like. All right, let's get into it. So this dialogue wheel basically gives you a range of choice, but just to give new players the rough gist of it, if you choose the top option, it tends to be the Paragon option, and the bottom one tends to be the Renegade one. The middle one tends to just be neutral.
They don't send Spectres on shakedown runs.
So there's more going on here than the captain's letting on.
Joker, status report.
Just cleared the mass relay, Captain. Stealth systems engaged. Everything looks solid.
Good.
Find a comm buoy and link us into the network. I want mission reports relayed back to Alliance brass before we reach Eden Prime.
Aye, aye, Captain. Better brace yourself, sir. I think Nihilus is headed your way.
He's already here, Lieutenant. Tell Commander Shepard to meet me in the comm room for a debriefing.
You get that, Commander?
He sounds angry. Something must have gone wrong with the mission.
Captain always sounds like that when he's talking to me.
Can't possibly imagine why.
Okay, so this is essentially how the gameplay works. You've seen how we've got dialogue, and now we are just going to explore our ship. We are aboard the Normandy, as you can see here. We've got a bunch of crew, and there are people here we can talk to. We're kind of following the, at the time, BioWare formula of being in the middle of a mission when something happens. So we're just going to go with that. We're just going to explore here.
Congratulations, Commander. Looks like we had a smooth run. You heading down to see the captain?
Sounds like you don't trust our Turian guest.
Sorry, Commander. Just having a chat with Adams down at engineering. I didn't mean to cause any trouble. But you have to admit, something's odd about this mission. The whole crew feels it.
So when you choose dialogue options on the left side, typically that is deepening the conversation. Whereas if I chose any of these, I kind of end the conversation. So we're going to ask him for clarification on this.
You think the Alliance brass is holding out on us?
If all we're supposed to do is test out the stealth system, why is Captain Anderson in charge? And then there's Nihilus. Spectres are elite operatives, top covert agents. Why send a Spectre, a Turian Spectre, on a shakedown run? It doesn't add up.
Okay, so now we've got investigate options here. Okay, so we can ask him about these things.
What do you know about the stealth systems?
I just know it masks our location from scans and sensors. Cutting-edge technology. The Normandy's the only ship with this prototype drive. But why are we fully staffed? A skeleton crew would be cheaper, less chance of security leaks too. Plus there's Nihilus. It's pretty obvious this shakedown run is just a cover.
A cover?
For what?
Damned if I know, Commander. We're out here on false pretenses. I'm not a fan of being left in the dark.
Do you have a problem with the captain?
No, man. But I can't figure out what he's doing here. Captain Anderson is one of the most decorated Special Forces officers in the service. If he melted down all his medals, he could make a life-size statue of himself. You don't send a soldier like that on a do-nothing mission. He's treating this shakedown run too seriously. Something big is going on.
Hello, Devilish Bird. Was the game banned? From what?
You don't trust Nihilus.
I don't like Turians in general. It runs in my family. My grandfather fought in the First Contact War. Lost a lot of friends when the Turians hit us. Right,
so, just for context, what they're talking about here is when humans in this game first got into space, there was something called the First Contact War, which was the first contact with alien species, in this case, Turians. And Nihilus, the character they're talking about, is a Turian, so the vibe's a bit hostile here.
That was 30 years ago. You can't blame Nihilus for that.
No, I guess not. But it still makes me nervous to have a Spectre on board, especially a
Indeed.
Turian. We're an Alliance vessel, human military, but Nihilus doesn't answer to the captain like the rest of us. Spectres operate outside the normal chain of command, and they don't come along just to observe shakedown runs. Nihilus looks like he's expecting some heavy action. I don't like it.
Okay, so I think we've talked about all of this.
I'll see if I can get some answers when I see him.
Good luck, Commander.
I think this, I don't have any settings that indicates that my streams are for children. So I think we should be okay. None of my content is marked as for children, so hopefully everyone's okay.
I grew up on Eden Prime, Doc. It's not the kind of place Spectres visit.
Pulling a gun on your
Nihilus
co-workers.
isn't telling us about this mission.
That's crazy. The captain's in charge here. He wouldn't take orders from a Spectre.
What do you think, Commander? We won't be staying on Eden Prime too long, will we? I'm itching for some real action.
I sincerely hope you're kidding, Corporal. Your real action usually ends with me patching up crew members in the infirmary.
Yeah, okay, so here we've got a debate again. Like, do we rush into action or do we play it a little safer?
Only a fool goes looking for a fight, Corporal.
Sorry, Commander, but this waiting's killing me. I've never been on a mission like this before, not one with a Spectre on board.
Just treat this like every other assignment you've had and everything will work out.
Easy for you to say. You proved yourself in the Blitz. Everybody knows what you can do. This is my big chance. I need to show the brass what I can do.
So this is a good example of how your origin story doesn't really change the game, but it adds flavor. So the character just referenced our origin story and the fact that we are considered a hero, and that just slightly modifies the dialogue, and I just think that's kind of nice.
You're young, Corporal. You have a long career ahead of you. Don't do something stupid to mess it up.
Don't worry, ma'am. I'm not gonna screw this up.
What can you tell me about Nihilus?
Turians are generally well respected by the other species. Their fleet has more patrols protecting Citadel space than any other. They don't always get on well with us, though. Some people find them too rigid. Others still blame them for the First Contact War. As for Nihilus, I haven't said more than 2 words to him. He usually only speaks to the captain.
I hope we get a chance to see him in action. I heard Nihilus took down an entire enemy platoon all by himself.
Okay, so let's get more context on what Spectres are.
What do you know about the Spectres?
Only what I've heard. Spectre agents work directly for the Citadel Council. They usually work alone or in small groups. Spectres don't have any official power, though. Basically, they're a shadow organization with a mandate to preserve and protect galactic stability.
Protect it at any cost. Don't forget that part. Spectres operate above the law.
Well, why don't we have any of our own people in there?
Spectres usually come from the Council races, like the Turians. We've been trying to get a human accepted into their ranks for years now. So far, it hasn't happened.
Hey, Commander, you'd make a good Spectre. You're a war hero, right? Held off an entire enemy fleet during the Blitz single-handed? That's the kind of talent the Spectres are looking for.
This is all just wild speculation. The Spectres aren't interested in recruiting humans, no matter how capable.
Sorry, you asking other British BAs from the UK, or is it all America? Do you mean in the game? I think this was recorded in the... well, the studio that made this was the Edmonton studio in Canada, so I don't know if they were looking for Canadian talent. Obviously there will be people with British accents in Canada, or how they did it. I know Jennifer Hale recorded her lines as Female Shepherd from LA, where I think she's based, but I actually don't know. They could have had multiple studios, like... there are loads of things like Side. They have studios in the US, in the UK, and Europe, and so they can record different characters in different studios. Yeah. Should I do a Cardathea impression? Sure.
You're from Eden Prime,
I'll
aren't you,
wait
Jenkins?
until after the dialogue.
What's it like?
It's very peaceful, Commander. They've been real careful with development, so you don't have any city noise or pollution. My parents lived on the outskirts of the colony. At night, I used to climb this big hill and stare across the fields back at the lights from the main settlement. It was gorgeous. But when I got older, I realized it was a little too calm and quiet for me. That's why I joined the Alliance. Even Paradise gets boring after a while.
Any idea why Eden Prime was chosen as our destination?
Not really sure, Commander. Eden Prime's one of our most stable colonies. Good place to take the Normandy for a shakedown run, I guess. No real danger there. There's gotta be something else going on. We've got a Spectre on board. That's why I'm so wound up. I can't wait for the real mission to start.
The captain's waiting for me.
Goodbye, Commander.
Okay, so just to summarize, the reason everyone's a bit agitated here is because we are taking a very fancy ship with very advanced stealth systems to go to a colony that doesn't really have a lot of action going on, where nothing really should be happening, and we've got a military captain overseeing this this mission, and we've also got an alien Spectre, who's like a super special agent with us. So it all just seems a little bit suspicious, which is why the scuttlebutt is that maybe we're doing something more than people are telling us. Yeah, it doesn't look terrible. I think they upscaled the graphics a little bit in Legendary, but it's not doing terrible. It's looking pretty okay. I mean, they do have some very intense stares, but I think that's just the engine, isn't it? There was a request to do a Cardathea voice line. Spoilers, but...
My name is Cardathea, and this is my favorite store in Raguna.
If you know, you know. Alright, let's talk to Nihilus. Look, he's a cool-looking dude. This is what Turians look like. Some people think they're lizards, some people think they're birds. Could be either.
Commander Shepard, I was hoping you'd get here first. It will give us a chance to talk.
The captain said he'd meet me here.
He's on his way. I'm interested in this world we're going to. Eden Prime. I've heard it's quite beautiful.
They say it's a paradise.
Yes, a paradise. Serene, tranquil, safe. Eden Prime has become something of a symbol for your people, hasn't it? Proof that humanity can not only establish colonies across the galaxy, but also protect them. But how safe is it really?
So again, I like that here the choices are to, you know, have diplomatic conversation, but you can also feel, I suppose, threatened by this guy. So I like that you can roleplay more or less hostility towards these aliens.
Do you know something?
Your people are still newcomers, Shepard. The galaxy can be a very dangerous place. Is the Alliance truly ready for this?
I think it's about time we told the commander what's really going on.
This mission is far more than a simple shakedown run.
I figured there was something you weren't telling us.
We're making a covert pickup on Eden Prime. That's why we needed the stealth systems operational.
There must be a reason you didn't tell me about this, sir?
This comes down from the top, Commander. Information strictly on a need-to-know basis. A research team on Eden Prime unearthed some kind of beacon during an excavation. It was Prothean.
I did not work on this game, no. This game came out almost 20 years ago, so I was too young to have worked on it. But it is just one of the games I really love, and once I want to play through like the opening act of this, just to kind of get everyone into the action of it, and then we'll talk a bit more about how this game influenced me. Okay, so we have found out that we are going to this mission, to Eden Prime, this fairly boring colony, because a beacon was found, and it is Prothean.
I thought the Protheans vanished 50,000 years ago.
Their legacy still remains. The mass relays, the Citadel, our ship drives. It's all based on Prothean technology.
This is big, Shepard. The last time humanity made a discovery like this, it jumped our technology forward 200 years. But Eden Prime doesn't have the facilities to handle something like this. We need to bring the beacon back to the Citadel for proper study.
Obviously, this goes beyond mere human interests, Commander. This discovery could affect every species in Council space.
So to summarize that, the Protheans are an ancient alien race that disappeared 50,000 years ago, but all of their technology is basically the basis for all the technology and space travel that is being used in this game. So this is major. This could unlock a lot of information for everyone.
Why didn't we keep the beacon for ourselves?
You humans don't have the best reputation. Some species see you as selfish, too unpredictable, too independent, even dangerous.
Sharing that beacon will improve relations with the Council. Plus, we need their scientific expertise. They know more about the Protheans than we do.
The beacon's not the only reason I'm here, Shepard.
Nihilus wants to see you in action, Commander. He's here to evaluate you.
Okay, so just to quickly answer Vernon's question, I think for spoilers, let's do it as usual. Let's avoid spoilers, guys. I mean, I understand that it can be difficult to sometimes remember what is a spoiler, but assume that there are people watching this who have not played this game, so let's try not to foreshadow things, and let's definitely not give away major plot point spoilers to talk about events that haven't happened yet. If we can keep the conversation to what is currently happening or has happened, that would be bueno. Just again, to be kind. Okay.
Guess that explains why I bump into him every time I turn around.
The Alliance has been pushing for this for a long time. Humanity wants a larger role in shaping interstellar policy. We want more say with the Citadel Council. The Spectres represent the Council's power and authority. If they accept a human into their ranks, it shows how far the Alliance has come.
You held off an enemy assault during the Blitz single-handed. You showed not only courage, but also incredible skill. That's why I put your name forward as a candidate for the Spectres.
So this would be major because, as we've established, there are no human Spectres. We haven't really earned our place on the Council, which is the governing body, sort of the intergalactic organization or council, yeah, if you will, the political governing organization where members from the most prominent races will have members be part of the council, and they'll make decisions. And so if we become a Spectre, that is a big step forward for the humans in this setting, because we are quite new to space travel, so we're sort of the new kids.
Why would a Turian want a human in the Spectres?
Not all Turians resent humanity. Some of us see the potential of your species. We see what you have to offer to the rest of the galaxy, and to the Spectres. We are an elite group. It's rare to find an individual with the skills we seek. I don't care that you're human, Shepard. I only care that you can do the job.
I am currently playing as Infiltrator. I'm not familiar with the AI presidents, but that sounds fun. That sounds fun.
I assume this is good for the Alliance.
Earth needs this, Shepard. We're counting on you.
I need to see your skills for myself, Commander. Eden Prime will be the first of several missions together.
You'll be in charge of the ground team. Secure the beacon and get it onto the ship ASAP. Nihilus will accompany you to observe the mission.
What do you know about the Protheans?
Just what they taught us in school. They were a technologically advanced species that ruled the galaxy 50,000 years ago. Then they vanished. Nobody really knows how or why, though I've heard plenty of theories. But everyone agrees galactic civilization wouldn't exist without them.
Their Citadel is the very heart of galactic society, and without their mass relays, interstellar travel would be impossible. We all owe the Protheans a great debt.
I'd like to know more about Eden Prime before we touch down.
It's a peaceful farming world, but it represents something much bigger. Eden Prime is one of our oldest and most successful colonies. It proved we were ready to face the challenges of settling new worlds, to forge a place for humanity beyond Earth. It symbolizes humanity's growth and evolution as a spacefaring species. And after this, it will be known as the world where humans made a discovery of galactic importance.
Who's taller than me? Who's taller than me or Cardathea's base form? Me. I'm fairly sure. I don't know how tall Cardathea is in human measurements, but I am 5'8" or 172, 73 centimeters. So I like to think I'm taller than Cardathea's base form. Nobody's taller than Fleur-de-Lis.
Why is this beacon so important?
All advanced galactic civilization is based on Prothean technology, even yours.
If we hadn't discovered those Prothean ruins buried on Mars, we'd still be stuck on Earth. That was just a small data cache. Who knows what we can learn from this beacon? What if it's a weapons archive? We can't let it fall into the wrong hands.
So that also just very, very briefly explains how humans got into space. We found Prothean data on Mars, and that allowed us to unlock space travel, which is how we found all of this. Fun fact, if you are interested in the Mass Effect lore, there are some really cool books that are written that are sort of prequels to the game, so that give you more backstory and content on Anderson and other of these characters. So do recommend them.
Like who?
The Attican Traverse isn't the most stable sector of Citadel space. There are plenty of raiders and criminal groups active in the region. They might figure a Prothean beacon is worth the risk of attacking an Alliance ship. Plus, Eden Prime is right on the border of the Terminus systems.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of lore dump right now because I'm taking all the options, but it's just because I want to give you guys a little bit of context for this.
The Attican Traverse is under Citadel protection. If the Terminus systems attack, it's an act of war.
Technically, yes. But some of the species in the Terminus might be willing to start a war over this.
The last thing the Council wants is to get dragged into a major conflict with the Terminus systems. We have to keep this low-key.
Okay, so yeah, we gotta keep this information close because it's major and we don't know what it is, and if wrong people got their hands on this, it could trigger all sorts of chaos and conflict.
Just give the word, Captain.
We should be getting
I think,
close
yeah,
to
I think
Captain,
the Batarians are in the Terminus system.
What's wrong, Joker?
Transmission from Eden Prime, sir. You better see this.
Bring it up on screen.
Oh no, who'd have thought?
Get down!
Something's happening. Is this an inciting incident? Yes, welcome everyone joining. This is Mass Effect.
Attack, taking heavy casualties. I repeat, heavy casualties. We can't. an evac! They came out of nowhere! We need...
Not looking good.
Everything cuts out after that. No comm traffic at all. Just goes dead. There's nothing.
Reverse and hold at 38.5. Status report.
17 minutes out, Captain. No other Alliance ships in the area.
Take us in, Joker, fast and quiet. This mission just got a lot more complicated.
A small strike team can move quickly, without drawing attention. It's our best chance to secure the beacon.
Grab your gear and meet us in the cargo hold. Tell Alenko and Jenkins to suit up, Commander. You're going in.
This is one of the games that left a big impression on me. This, Dragon Age, Knights of the Old Republic,
Engaging stealth system.
Planescape Torment, Neverwinter Nights, Baldur's Gate 1 and 2.
Somebody
All
was doing
those
some serious digging here, Captain.
were very big influences on my tastes in
Your
games.
team's the muscle in this operation, Commander. Go in heavy and head straight for the dig site.
What about survivors, Captain?
Helping survivors is a secondary objective.
World of
The
Warcraft,
beacon's
sure.
your top priority.
Approaching drop point 1.
Nihilus, you're coming with us?
I move faster on my own.
He's too cool for us, guys.
Nihilus will scout out ahead. He'll feed you status reports throughout the
morning.
mission.
Hello.
Otherwise, I want radio silence.
Okay, we're gonna trust him. We're a good guy.
We've got his back, Captain.
The mission's yours now, Shepard.
Plus,
good luck.
he seemed open to giving us a chance.
We are
so
approaching
we
drop
should do the
point
same
2.
for him. All right. So the gameplay is slightly improved in Legendary, I think. Just trying to remember
This place
what.
got hit hard,
Okay,
Commander.
yeah, that does that.
Hostiles everywhere.
So I haven't played Legendary Edition more than once, and it was years ago when it came out. So I'm just okay. Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to remember how. Oh, I only have. Oh no, there we go. Okay, cool. Sorry, just refamiliarizing myself. It's been a hot second. Yes, right, okay.
Oh god.
The gameplay is slightly different from how it is in Mass Effect 1, I think, if you're playing the sort of original. But they streamlined it. I think it's overall probably improved. I'm just trying to remember the difference. Yeah. Yeah, it's not very quiet, the sniper rifle. I think the combat was considered a little clunky in 1 compared to later installments. Not Jenkins. Okay, can we, how does, yeah, cover works like that. Great. Okay, got that one. Great. These are kind of harmless, but we're just going to shoot them anyway. Right, so there's an overheat mechanic. As you see, my sniper rifle overheated because I used it a lot in rapid succession. So that's just something to be aware of. Okay, and this is how we can sprint into cover, I think. Yeah, gameplay gets a little smoother in the later ones. Oh yeah, sure. We should probably check on Jenkins. Soz, babe. Oh, he's not doing well. I do wonder if Jenkins is a reference to Halo.
Not a chance.
Well, he does deserve a burial, but we don't have time.
We'll see that he receives a proper service once the mission is complete. But I need you to stay focused.
Aye, aye, ma'am.
You're right, Richard. Is Richard L. Jenkins. Couldn't be Leroy. Couldn't be Leroy. So I think in Mass Effect 3, when you run to cover, yeah, it feels a little smoother than this, but it's okay. This is still, I think, an improvement. Okay, let's get into cover. Okay, got that one. Great.
I've got some burned out buildings here, Shepard. A lot of bodies.
See, I want shift to be sprint,
I'll try
but
to
it's
catch up with you at the dig
space.
site.
Okay. Fair enough. don't... This is not a game where there's a lot of exploration, but... I mean, let's go and get this. Okay, so they made it simplified in that I think when you press space, you kind of just do anything, pick up stuff. Right, so yeah, we can see on the map where the enemies are, which is kind of handy. Cool. Yeah, I will not be checking the chat a lot while we're in the combat section, just to try and pay attention. But look at this. Not good, guys. Not good. Alright, we gotta save our ally here. I think she killed him herself.
Gunnery Chief Ashley Williams of the 212. You the one in charge here, ma'am?
Are you wounded, Williams?
A few scrapes and burns, nothing serious. The others weren't so lucky. Oh man. We were patrolling the perimeter when the attack hit. We tried to get off a distress call, but they cut off our communications. I've been fighting for my life ever since.
Where's the rest of your squad?
We tried to double back to the beacon, but we walked into an ambush. I don't think any of the others... I think I'm the only one left.
This isn't your fault, Williams. You couldn't have done anything to save them.
Yes, ma'am. We held our position as long as we could, until the Geth overwhelmed us.
The Geth haven't been seen outside the Veil in nearly 200 years. Why are they here now?
They must have come for the beacon. The dig site is close, just over that rise. It might still be there.
We could use your help, Williams.
Aye, aye, ma'am. It's time for payback.
Convenient that we get another party member now. But let's get some more info from her.
What else do you know about the Geth?
Just what I remember from history class back in school. They're synthetics, non-organic life forms with limited AI programming, created by the Quarians a few centuries ago. They were supposed to be a source of cheap labor, but ended up turning on the Quarians and drove them into exile. Well, after that, they just kind of disappeared behind the Perseus Veil. Nobody's really heard much from them since.
So the robots we just fought, or the androids, whatever we want to call them, were built by another race called the Quarians, and they were meant to be essentially slave labor, and then they revolted and kicked their creators out. So there's a lesson there.
Tell me everything you know about the beacon.
They were doing some digging out here to extend the monorail and expand the colony. A few weeks ago, they unearthed some Prothean ruins, and the beacon. Suddenly every scientific expert in the colony was interested. That's when they brought us in to secure the site. I don't know much about the beacon itself, but I heard one of the researchers say this could be the biggest scientific discovery of the century.
And the scientists?
What happened to the researchers at the dig site?
I don't know. They set up camp near the beacon. The 232 was with them. Maybe their unit fared better than mine.
Okay, so what happened just before?
Describe what happened leading up to the attack.
We were sent out a couple of nights ago from the main colony to secure the area. Seemed like a routine patrol, until the Geth hit us. We never knew they were coming.
Have you seen a Turian Spectre around here?
There aren't any Turians on Eden Prime. None that I've ever met. Not sure I'd be able to tell if one was a Spectre anyway.
If you saw this guy, you'd know. Carries enough firepower to wipe out a whole platoon. Luckily, he's on our side.
Sorry. Like I said, no Turians.
Okay, that's all she knows.
Move out!
So, what is handy is that these two people we've got with us now, Ashley is, I believe, a soldier class, so she is a fighter. Caden is, I believe, a biotic, or is that called an adept? So he has the... Can I see if I... No. So they basically have different abilities than me, so they kind of cover all the bases. No matter what you choose to play as for Shepard, she'll be good with... She'll have all the weapons, and he will have biotics. So they can kind of assist you. Trying to see. Oh yeah, so yeah, this is how we do it. So we can see he's got some of these abilities. He can throw things. He can overheat enemy weapons. That might also be what was happening. It could be that the enemies were overheating my weapons. But yeah, so it's just helpful to have party members with other abilities, right? Oh, yes, I remember this. The looting system is very simple. You can pick up ammo upgrades. If your inventory is full, which can happen in this game, you can make everything into Omni-Gel, which is exactly what you think. It's gel that can be used for pretty much anything. You want to heal? Use some Omni-Gel. You've broken your weapon? Use some Omni-Gel. You've broken your vehicle? Use some Omni-Gel. Right, trying to remember how... Okay, yes, here we go. Here we go. It's all coming back to me. Yes, okay, we've got different types of armor. Great. Yes. Okay, cool. And I think with the weapons... wait, sniper rifle, here we go. Yes, so I can now use these ammo upgrades I've found, which will add more damage of varying kinds. Okay, I can only have one of these. Okay. Toxic damage. Yeah, so we're not fighting organics, so I think we're going to go for toxic damage, which shouldn't work on synthetics, but let's not question it. Let's not question it. Cadence is Sentinel. Thank you. Thank you. Can love bloom in the battlefield? Why not? I mean, you're in life and death situations, everything's heightened. Yep, pick a lock, Omni-Gel. If in doubt, use Omni-Gel. Okay, so... Oh, is this a rallying point? Yeah, okay, fair enough. Let's go here. Did I place that? Maybe I did. I'll be honest, some of the things I don't 100% remember. Might have done that by mistake. Get in my way. Okay, fine.
I'm a little busy here.
Yeah, so am I. It's fine. We don't need that. Just waiting on these guys. Duck out of cover.
Not in the middle of a fight!
Fine. Yeah, so combat is a little clunky, but it's okay. I'll refamiliarize myself as I'm playing it. But we gotta loot, very important. Right, and then let's investigate. So this is the dig site where we found the beacon, or someone found the beacon. Lots of people got spiked, which is not great.
This is the dig site. The beacon was right here. It must have been moved.
By who? Our side or the Geth?
Hard to say. Maybe we'll know more after we check out the research camp.
You think anyone got out of here alive?
If they were lucky. Maybe hiding up in the camp.
This looks better than I
just on the top of
thought
this
it
ridge,
would.
up the ramps.
I feel like the graphics upscaling in Legendary kind of helped.
Change of plans, Shepard. There's a small spaceport up ahead. I want to check it out.
No, you can't jump. Not in this one. Maybe in later ones? But yeah, no, there's no jump in this.
Eden Prime will never be the same again.
Impaling victims instead of just shooting them. There must be some reason behind it.
Classic psychological warfare. They're using terror as a weapon.
Okay. Let's roll out, friends. I also don't remember if... There is a map. Okay, yeah, so we see... We're going this way. It's fairly... Mass Effect is fairly linear, not in a bad way, but because it's very mission-based, it's not like, oh, where do I go? It's kind of, there's one way.
It's a good place for an ambush. Keep your guard up.
In that sense, it's not too... it's not an exploration game, is my point.
Oh god, they're still alive!
What did the Geth do to them?
This is not nice. No jump mechanics. Thank you so much, Matthew. Thank you for joining. Enjoy work. The VOD will stay up for anyone who has to leave. Oh, where is my gun? Yeah. Gun. Oh, that's very slow. Okay, I might not gun. Ooh, shit. I need to be closer. That's fine. Okay. Just trying to remember which weapon is more efficient for these We'll stick to what we know. Okay. Right, so over here we've got...
That door, it's closed.
Yeah, okay, so this is, I think, a mini... I'm trying to remember what this is. Ah! Okay, yes. So we gotta... Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, it's the opposite way. That was weird. Okay. I feel like the controls there were reversed.
Thank the Maker. Hurry! Close the door before they come back.
Don't worry. We'll protect you.
Thank you. I think we'll be okay now. It looks like everyone's gone.
You're Dr. Warren, the one in charge of the excavation. Do you know what happened to the beacon?
It was moved to the spaceport this morning. Manuel and I stayed behind to help pack up the camp. When the attack came, the Marines held them off long enough for us to hide. They gave their lives to save us.
No one is saved. The age of humanity is ended. Soon, only ruin and corpses will remain.
They're not doing so well.
What else can you tell me about the attack?
It all happened so fast. One second we were gathering up our equipment. The next we were hiding in the shed while the Geth swarmed over the camp.
Agents of the destroyers. Bringers of darkness. Heralds of our extinction.
Yeah, Manuel's not doing well.
We could hear the battle outside. Gunfire, screams. I thought it would never end. Then everything went quiet. We just sat there, too afraid to move. Until you came along.
Did you notice a Turian in the area?
I saw him. The Prophet. Leader of the enemy. He was here before the attack.
That's impossible. Nihilus was with us in the Normandy before the attack. He couldn't have been here.
I'm sorry. Manuel's still a bit unsettled. We haven't seen your Turian. We've been hiding in here since the attack.
Everyone's got kind of intense eyes, but I think it's just the engine.
Can you tell me anything about the beacon?
It's some type of data module from a galaxy-wide communications network. Remarkably well preserved. It could be the greatest scientific discovery of our lifetime. Miraculous new technologies, groundbreaking medical advances. Who knows what secrets are locked inside?
We have unearthed the heart of evil. Awakened the beast. Unleashed the darkness.
Manuel, please. This isn't the time.
It really isn't, but he's probably had a day. Can I say your name? Is it... Krishan? Yeah, it is new to me, but it's beautiful.
What's wrong with your assistant?
Manuel has a brilliant mind, but he's always been a bit unstable. Genius and madness are two sides of the same coin.
He's harmless.
Is it madness to see the future? To see the destruction rushing towards us? To understand there is no escape? No hope? No. I am not mad. I'm the only sane one left.
I gave him an extra dose of his meds after the attack.
So here's a good example. You can choose this option, but that's pretty renegade. That's not what I'm going for right now, so I'm just gonna leave the guy.
Williams, take us to the spaceport.
You can't stop it. Nobody can stop it. Night is falling. The darkness of eternity.
Hush, Manuel. Go lie down. You'll feel better once the medication kicks in.
Okay, there's nothing else of interest in here. The people want disco. Yeah, we will be back with Disco Elysium when Alex and I can align our schedules. We've just not been available at the same time, and I've been out of the country for work and other things. So yeah, but hopefully soon I will speak to her and we will be able to pick that back up. Can I print an N? Oh, can you print me an N7 helmet? Yes. Why not?
Saren.
Nihilus.
This isn't your mission, Saren. What are you doing here?
The Council thought you could use some help on this one.
I wasn't expecting to find the Geth here. The situation's bad.
Don't worry. I've got it under control.
Uh-oh. do love the views of this. Look at this.
In the distance.
It's still a beautiful game, even at 20 years old, almost. What is that indeed? Right. There's a lot of them. Got one here. Some buggers. They would come out of cover, that'd be great.
Commander.
Bit rogue, that's not the best way to approach as a sniper, but here we go. I'm trying to remember if there's like stuff to loot here or not. It's been a while. Yeah, this is not great. Let's. Oh yeah, there's a door up there we can go in. Let's do that first. For loot and for story, in case we've got more friends in here.
Everybody stay calm out there. We're coming out. We're not armed.
Oh yeah, I leveled up.
Is it safe? Are they gone?
You're okay now. Nobody's gonna hurt you.
Those things were crawling all around the shed. They would have
I don't
found
think there
us
is
for
friendly
sure.
fire now.
We owe you our lives.
I don't know actually. I can't remember.
I still can't believe it. When we saw that ship, I thought it was all over.
It showed up right before the attack. Knew it was trouble the second I saw it, so we made a break for the sheds.
Tell me everything you remember about the attack.
The three of us were working the crops when that ship showed up. We just saw it and ran. I don't know what happened to the rest of the crew.
They were by the garage, over near the spaceport, right where that ship came down. No way they survived.
You don't know that. We survived. If they made it to the garage, they could have had a fighting chance.
I can't use biotics because I don't play a biotic class. But Caden has some.
Do you know anything about the Prothean beacon they dug up?
We're just
Am I
farmers.
with platforming
We heard
sections?
they
I don't
found
think there's
something
a little
out there, but it
platforming in
never
Mass
really
Effect.
mattered to us. Not until now.
What else can you tell me about the ship you saw?
I was too busy running to get a clear look at it. I think it landed over near the spaceport.
Tell them about the noise, Cole. That awful noise.
You can knock out
It was
teammates.
emitting some
Fair
kind
enough.
of signal as it
We'll
descended.
try not to.
It sounded like the shriek of the damned. Only it was coming from inside your own head.
It was probably trying to block communications.
Whatever it was, felt like it was tearing right through my skull. Almost made it impossible to think.
I have to go.
Hey, Cole, we're just a bunch of farmers. These guys are soldiers. Maybe we should give them the stuff.
Jeez, Blake, you gotta learn when to shut up.
You have something to tell me, Cole?
Some guys at the spaceport were running a small smuggling ring, nothing major. In exchange for a cut of the profits, we let them store packages in our sheds.
What kind of packages?
I found a pistol. Figured it would come in handy if those things came back. But you'll probably get more use out of it than we will.
So, here is an example of there are grayed out options here. Now, if you have enough points in either Paragon or Renegade, you can use that to persuade or intimidate people into doing certain things. So in this case, I don't have enough, so I can just say, thanks.
This should help. Let's move out.
Good luck.
Am I probiotic or antibiotic? We're making pre and probiotic jokes. I have nothing against biotics lore-wise. I don't love playing as one. I prefer playing different classes, but... well, oh no. Poor Nihilus.
Something's moving, over behind those crates.
Wait! Don't shoot! I'm one of you! I'm human!
Yeah. I will. I do need to level up. Okay, let's not shoot this
Sneaking
guy.
up on us like that nearly got you killed.
I'm sorry, I was hiding from those creatures. My name's Powell. I saw what happened to that Turian. The other one shot him.
I need to know how Nihilus died.
The other one got here first. He was waiting when your friend showed up. He called him Saren. I think they knew each other. Your friend seemed to relax. He let his guard down. And Saren killed him. Shot him right in the back. I'm just lucky he didn't see me behind the crates.
We were told a Prothean beacon was brought to the spaceport. What happened to it?
It's over on the other platform. Probably where that guy Saren was headed. He hopped on the cargo train right after he killed your friend. I knew that beacon was trouble. Everything's gone to hell since we found it. First that damn mothership showed up, then the attack. They killed everyone. Everyone. If I hadn't been behind the crates, I'd be dead too.
How come you're the only one who survived? Why didn't anyone else try to hide behind the crates?
They never had a chance. I was already behind the crates when the attack started.
Wait a minute. You were hiding behind the crates before the attack?
Sometimes I need a nap to get through my shift.
Relatable.
I sneak off behind the crates to grab 40 winks where the supervisor can't find me.
You
Hi, Ariel.
survived because you're
We fixed
lazy?
the Twitch issue. Well, I mean, fair enough.
If you hadn't snuck off for that nap, you'd probably be dead just like all the others.
I've not played
Yeah.
Uma Musume. Oh, 1 second, guys.
Yeah, I
Be
guess.
right back. Be right back.
I don't really want to think about it.
All right, friends, back. That was interesting. Some random person rang my door. All right, let's continue. All good, yeah. A local councillor rang my doorbell. It was inconvenient. All right, let's go back to this. So we asked him about the attack. I can't remember.
Is there anything else you can tell me about the beacon?
They brought it here this morning. We loaded it up onto the train and shipped it to the other platform. Hard to believe that was only a few hours ago. Feels like a whole other life.
Tell me about this mothership you saw.
I've never seen anything like it before. It was huge. Landed over near that platform. The whole place got dark as it came down. And it was making this noise, this sound that bored right into your brain. That's what woke me up. The attack came a few minutes later.
Okay.
We need to find
So
that beacon
we know
before
that
it's too
the
late.
beacon has been moved.
Take the cargo train. That's where the other Turian went.
And we know that Saren, who we saw
I
kill
can't stay here.
Nihilus,
I need to get
probably
away
took
from
it.
all this.
All right, let's remember to level up. Great. So, we've got a bunch of points here. Now, this opens up new dialogue options. So because I am playing Paragon, I'm going to put all of the points in this. This is apparently the max I can get, but I want to have all the dialogue options because we're playing for story. This is a bunch of, I can put points in weapons, I can put points in armor, my health, my tech skills, first aid, I can put it in a lot of stuff. But I think I am going to put them in Infiltrator first, which is my class skill. Again, this game isn't that hard, so yeah, it just means it reduces some of my the heat buildup on the sniper rifle and pistol, and the tech explosion I can do gets more powerful. So I think yeah, so I've got overload, okay, cool, and I unlock damping, great. I think I need to, yeah, okay, I'm gonna put some points in pistols as well, because I can't put points into sniper rifles, which is the weapon I'm mainly using until I have gotten sufficiently far. I'm just gonna do this. There we go. Great, and so my friends here will also have points. I'll be honest, I'm not too fussed about this. He can go all of that. give her an assault rifle. I'm just going to put these points haphazardly now because this will not be the issue. We will get enough points because I'm a completionist. We will be fully maxed out with everything by the time we need to be. So, all right, cool. Oh, sorpresa. Let's go over here. No, he's dead. He dead. Okay, right. Just wanted to see if there was more stuff to do over here. Behind the crates. Yep, got an upgrade kit. I mean, this is a good time as well, I guess, to see if any of the stuff we have looted would be helpful for these characters, because we are kind of out of combat. Trying to remember how to... Equipment. Yes, so... Okay, so you can, when you find other weapons, you can kind of compare them and see how they fare comparatively in stats. So, for instance, this pistol is superior, so might as well use that. This armor is superior, might as well use that. No upgrades for it. Yeah, it'll still be better in terms of damage, won't it? Oh no, he can't wear that. Great, okay. So... Yep, we're just quickly checking to see if there's anything that they can upgrade. Yeah, let's do it. Again, this isn't the thing that makes the biggest difference, but we might as well. So guys, the codex. I'm not going to read through every single bit of the codex because I think it would take too long, but this is where
1200 years ago,
you
the
get
Turians
context
were invited to join the
on
Citadel
all these
Council
characters.
to fulfill the role of
Now,
galactic peacekeepers.
I'm just going to go back
The
to
Tur-
stop him. I do absolutely encourage anyone who's interested in the lore to read all this. It's really good, but I'm not going to read every single codex entry because there'll be hundreds and we will never get through this game. But they are all here. So yeah, not a lore skipper, but I just think in the interests of, yeah, it's like Wikipedia, right? Yeah. I think we're just gonna progress without reading every single entry, because they do explain a lot of it in-game as well. The codex is very cool. It is very cool. I do love it. It's just, I think for the purposes of this playthrough, it would just be us listening to text. I think the game auto-saves, so I don't need to save, even though we're going into more combat-y section here. So these containment cells, you can shoot them, and it should... I don't know if these are... Like, it makes an area... Like, it makes an effect, I think, in the area. Sorry, we had to shoot the big one first, because he would have tried to rush us. Might be closer. I think if we shoot this, I'm wondering if that will explode. I'll be honest, I can't remember how environmental mechanics work in the game, but... This guy doesn't really want to get up. A little frustrating. That's guys too. Alright, okay. So let's see if we missed anything. I don't think we did. I'm trying to remember, because this HUD is definitely different. Right, yeah, so here's my abilities. I swear it wasn't like this. That's not how I remember it at all. So yeah, I need to remember that I can shift to use my abilities. Great. Yeah, we would be here forever. If you want to read up off street. Shooting feels fine. Like, obviously I also haven't played OG Mass Effect for a second. It feels fine. I think overall the combat is probably more slick. I'm just trying to remember, because, you know, when you have like muscle memory and you're trying to do something and you're like, wait, no, this isn't it.
Set the charges. Destroy the entire colony.
Oh yeah,
Leave
grenades. I
no
forgot about that.
evidence that we were here.
I remember the story of this game more so than the combat, I'll be honest. So yes, this is the beacon and the baddie. I mean, he clearly looks like a normal, uncorrupted person, right? Oh, I remember this. Right, okay. Here we go, guys. Okay. So, we're gonna be in a little bit of a time crunch, because we've got some bombs here.
charges. The Geth must have planted them.
Got 4 charges,
Hurry!
we've got to
We need
disarm
to
in
find
5
them all
minutes.
and shut them down.
But, let's give it our best. So, we've got the bombs marked, which is handy. Wait. I remember if this... Not one there. Got one over there. Okay. Just gonna go for cover here. Oh, you do not stop. Okay, never mind. Great. Right, so we've got one bomb here. Got some. That's why I can't remember how you crouch. I thought you did it automatically, but you apparently not. Right, so these guys have put up a shield now, I believe. Alright, okay. Right. So yes. I think that it keeps stepping.
Take out those hostages.
Yeah, so in theory, none of us have it. Okay, but if this was on cooldown, I could send it there, and that would help. Okay, fine, we'll just disarm this one first. All right. Got one more round here. That was a bit silly. Right. All right, so that's all the bombs taken care of. So far, so good. Do we got the blue or red wire? Yeah, I'll be honest, like, there are a bunch of things here that I don't, like, this gameplay, it is slightly different than I remember it. I don't know if that's just my poor memory or if it's legendary. Okay, you can... There's a melee attack on F as well. Right. I'm gonna ignore that beacon and loot. I mean, I don't think there is. It's not that kind of game, but I always... It's just instinct. These old games, sometimes loot will be where you least expect it. See? See? That's what I mean. Super important. This is why I'm not playing Renegade. In this playthrough, we're just like, what mission? There was a locker. And see, over here, very important, guys. What would I do without those 3 credits? Very important, guys. The military doesn't pay well. Yeah, what the fuck? I already put all, rest assured, I have put all the points in charm because we're playing Paragon. Always be a loot goblin. Always. Alright, okay. I think we have looted sufficiently. I think we have looted what can be looted, unless there's... Nope, I think we've looted. We are gonna go and approach this beacon, which is what we came here for. No, sorry, that user's name was WTF, and I just said it out loud. Soz, that was a poor form of me. What could go wrong, right? We did it. Mission over.
Working Prothean
Complete.
technology. Unbelievable.
It wasn't doing anything like that when they dug it up.
Something must have activated it.
Roger, Normandy. Standing by.
All right. That was the end. GG. Oh, oh, uh-oh.
No, don't touch it. It's too...
Right, that's it. That's the game. No. Yeah, don't touch the thing. What could go wrong, right? Whoops. Whoops. But yeah, look, hey, we saved our friend's life, right? We did the thing.
We identified the ship that touched down on Eden Prime. The Normandy, a human alliance vessel. It was under the command of Captain Anderson. They managed to save the colony.
And the beacon.
One of the humans may have used it.
Ooh, that was slick, the way she just dodged that.
This human must be eliminated.
It's not her first rodeo. She's seen him have a tantrum before. She was just like, that was too slick.
Doctor?
I don't remember
Dr.
her doing that,
Chakras.
but that was cool.
I think she's waking up.
Yeah. That is a very cool character as well.
You had us worried there, Shepard. How are you feeling?
Minor throbbing. Nothing serious. How long was I out?
About 15 hours. Something happened down there with the beacon, I think.
It's my fault. I must have triggered some kind of security field when I approached it. You had to push me out of the way.
At least
You
he
had no
acknowledges
way
it.
to know what would happen.
Actually, we don't even know if that's what set it off. Unfortunately, we'll never get the chance to find out.
The beacon exploded. A system overload, maybe. And the blast knocked you cold. Williams and I had to carry you back here to the ship.
You cannot romance that woman, sadly. But I see it.
What's the damage, Doctor?
Physically, you're fine. But I detected some unusual brain activity. Abnormal beta waves. I also noticed an increase in your rapid eye movement. Signs typically associated with intense dreaming.
Worst game ever. I'm sorry to let you down. There will be other very attractive women, though.
I saw... I'm not sure what I saw. Death, destruction... Nothing's really clear.
I better add this to my report. It may... Oh, Captain Anderson.
How's our XO holding up, Doctor?
Well, all the readings look normal. I'd say the commander's going to be fine.
Glad to hear it. Shepard, I need to speak with you. In private.
Aye, aye, Captain. I'll be in the mess if you need me.
Everyone's hair is a
Sounds
little
like that beacon hit you
Lego,
pretty hard,
but
Commander.
it is almost 20
You
years
sure
ago.
you're okay?
Oh yeah,
I
Jenkins.
don't like soldiers dying under my command.
Jenkins wasn't your fault. You did a good job, Shepard.
Did we leave Gunnery Chief Williams back on Eden Prime?
I figured we could use a soldier like her. She's been reassigned to the Normandy.
Bit harsh.
Williams is a good soldier. She deserves it.
Lieutenant Alenko agrees with you. That's why I added her to our crew.
Intel dropped the ball, sir. We had no idea what we were walking into down there. That's why things went to hell.
The Geth haven't been outside the Veil in 2 centuries, Commander. Nobody could have predicted this.
You said you needed to see me in private, Captain?
I won't lie to you, Shepard. Things look bad. Nihilus is dead. The beacon was destroyed and Geth are invading.
Yeah.
The Council's going to want answers.
So we, obviously it wasn't our fault. You saw what happened, but it's not a great outcome because a lot of people died, including the Spectre who was assessing us, and we broke the beacon. So, yeah.
I didn't do anything wrong, Captain. Hopefully the Council can see that.
I'll stand behind you and your report, Shepard. You're a damned hero in my books. That's not why I'm here. It's Saren, that other Turian. Saren's a Spectre, one of the best, a living legend. But if he's working with the Geth, it means he's gone rogue. A rogue Spectre's trouble. Saren's dangerous, and he hates humans.
Why?
He thinks we're growing too fast, taking over the galaxy. A lot of aliens think that way. Most of them don't do anything about it. But Saren has allied himself with the Geth. I don't know how.
Thanks, Vernon.
I don't know why.
Appreciate you.
I only know it had something to do with that beacon. You were there just before that beacon self-destructed. Did you see anything? Any clue that might tell us what Saren was after?
Just before I lost consciousness, I had some kind of vision.
A vision? A vision of what?
I saw synthetics. Geth, maybe. Slaughtering people. Butchering them.
We need to report this to the Council, Shepard.
What are we gonna tell them? I had a bad dream?
We don't know what information was stored in that beacon. Lost Prothean technology? Blueprints for some ancient weapon of mass destruction? Whatever it was. Saren took it. But I know Saren. I know his reputation is politics. He believes humans are a blight on the galaxy. This attack was an act of war. He has the secrets from the beacon. He has an army of Geth at his command, and he won't stop until he's wiped humanity from the face of the galaxy.
I'll find some way to take him down.
It's not that easy. He's a Spectre. He can go anywhere, do almost anything. That's why we need the Council on our side.
We prove Saren's gone rogue and the Council will revoke his Spectre status.
I'll contact the Ambassador and see if he can get us an audience with the Council. He'll want to see us as soon as we reach the Citadel.
Hello.
We should be getting
Thank you for
close.
joining us.
Head up to the bridge and tell Joker to bring us into dock.
Okay. So, that's kind of the end of the intro, and I just wanted to make sure that we kind of got through that before I started yapping too much, because I think it's kind of a good setup. Like, now I think everyone's more or less clued into what's going on story-wise, and what are we doing, and where's this going. But yeah, I think this is such a good game, and I think it holds up really well, even though
Glad to see you're okay, Commander.
I'm sure if this is your first time seeing it, you might be like, ooh, yikes, old graphics. But I actually think it's not that bad. The movement's still fairly fluid, and, you know, staring eyes apart. It's not that jarring in cutscenes. Maybe it's just because I'm used to it, but I think it actually looks pretty good. Yeah. And yeah, as what WTF says, it actually was really groundbreaking at the time. Another thing that, for me personally, because I promised I'd say something about this, that I found groundbreaking was, now that you've heard a bit of Jennifer Hale's performance as Shepard, this wasn't the most common voice for a playable female character to have at this time. I'm not saying this is the first instance of a soldier with a mature kind of voice, but I think for me, certainly, it was one of the few instances where I remember playing as a character who was not only a soldier and competent and assertive, but had a voice that just felt adult. You know, she's feminine, but she doesn't have a super bright voice. She's talking in a low, comfortable pitch. I think that's just really nice because I worried, I suppose, that maybe voices like mine there wasn't a need for them, because I think in animation, traditionally at the time, a lot of female characters, if they're good, young, heroic female characters, they would have very bright voices. They'd either be like princess characters, or they would have those very like, I'm young and impressionable and I talk like this. And there's nothing wrong with those kinds of voices, but I think it just felt novel. I remember feeling like, wow, okay, women can have voices like this and it's fine. Like, that was really interesting to me. And I think that also made me more comfortable using my lower pitch range, because I think I used to have this idea that to do voice work as an actor, I'd have to always go incredibly bright and damsel-y, or there have always also been like femme fatale characters, but they're sort of more sultry and not necessarily assertive. They have slightly deeper pitches, but they're more like, I talk like this because I'm a sexy character, and it's a different kind of vocal performance, but it's not assertive the way I think a character like Female Shepherd is. So I just thought this was absolutely brilliant. It blew my mind, and Jennifer Hale is the GOAT. She has been in so many things. If you don't know of her, I think if you look her up on IMDb or Behind the Voices or wherever you would look voice actors up, you'd be amazed. I think she has a Guinness record for being the most prolific female voice actor, or something like that. She's been in so much stuff. You absolutely cannot. Yeah, and Lara Croft is a great example. But I think she's also a character who I would say, I don't think she necessarily always leans sexy, but she is sassy in a lot of the older Tomb Raider games. She's a sassy character. She's assertive for sure, and I think she's also a great role model or example. But I think this was the first time where I felt like, okay, here's a woman, a female character, who is a soldier, who's getting stuff done, and she's doing it without having to sound pleasant. And please don't misunderstand that. I think Jennifer Hale's voice is absolutely gorgeous. I think this is a really, really attractive voice to listen to. But she's not putting anything on it as in trying to make it more pleasant and inviting by either making it a little sexy or bright and welcoming. She's not doing any of that. She's just, this is my voice, I talk like this. And I think that was refreshing. There's a great book called Women and Power, written by a professor called Mary Beard, which talks about how a lot of women who work in fields that are male-dominated, like politics, female politicians tend to wear pantsuits and they have low, serious voices because that's kind of what has been necessary for them to be listened to be taken seriously. And I just think that is certainly my lived experience, having also worked in male-dominated fields before I became a full-time actor. I just think there is something really refreshing about them making the choice to say, look, Female Shepherd is not going to have a voice that sounds like she's trying too hard to be pleasant or palatable. She's just going to do exactly what a male counterpart would do and just be like, here's how it is. And I think her voice is chef's kiss. So yeah, Mark Meir, who voices Male Shepherd, is equally fantastic in his own right. But I think it's less uncommon for a male protagonist in a game to just have a cool voice, right? Like, that's kind of the norm. So yeah, French Shepherd, yeah, I would love to hear what Shepherd sounds like in different languages. I think that'd be really cool. Yeah, Jennifer Hale's been doing it for ages. Okay, she's lost the record in 2024 to Lani Minella. Fair enough, but she is one of the most, I think, prolific then. Yeah. So yeah, sorry, that was my little rant about why this game is meaningful to me as a player and a voice actor. But let's explore some more. We've got lockers here, which have loot. See? I know where all the loot is. We also have friends. Let's talk to our friends.
Yes, Commander? Is there something you need?
Well, this isn't an exploration game. It is a role-playing game, and I think there is a lot of value and world-building in talking to your crew members. So I am going to do that.
How did you end up serving on an Alliance ship?
I enlisted right out of med school. Earth always seemed boring to me. Too safe, too secure. I figured the colonies were teeming with exotic adventure. I wanted to travel the stars, tending the wounds of tough soldiers with piercing eyes and sensitive souls. Turns out military life isn't quite as romantic as I'd imagined. But humanity needs the Alliance if we want to keep expanding through the Traverse, and the Alliance always needs good doctors. So I stayed on to do my part.
She's doing her part. If you know, you know. Yes, hello, Mal. I don't know if you're joining for the first time, but yes, we are playing through the Mass Effect series. First time playing it on stream today. I have played it before, but yeah, I love this game. Light's getting a little bright, so I'm just gonna... It's because the light changes so much. It was daytime when I started this, and now here, almost 2 hours later, it's completely pitch black. So I have to adjust my light, or I'll end up being even more of a ghost than I am. Yeah, sorry for being so pale. I'm British.
Ever think you made the wrong choice?
Sometimes I think about opening a private practice back on Earth, or maybe taking a position at one of the new med centers out in the colonies. But there's something special about working on soldiers. If I left the Alliance now, I'd feel like I was abandoning them.
I love Dr. Chakwas. I think she's a great character.
What do you know about Captain Anderson?
I've served with him for a few tours now. He knows when to let things slide and when to crack the whip. The crew knows he's seen pretty much anything they'll ever run into. And he cares about the people under his command.
Now, I know she is obviously an older woman. Like, the character is mature. She's, I don't know, 50 plus. But she's also a great example of another character, you know, who's not, oh, I'm old and therefore I talk like this. I'm still pleasant. She's just down here doing her thing. And I like that. I think it's just, it's not to say all women's voices in games have to sound the same, but at the time, this felt revolutionary to me. Just to have women speak with voices that weren't tuned to be pleasant, but just were natural.
How well do you know the lieutenant?
I'd never worked with him before this mission, but he has an impressive service record, over a dozen special commendations. Tends to keep to himself, though. Maybe because of the headaches. It's not easy being an L2.
See, this is why I wanted to do this, because we're getting a lot of world building here. So she's talking about Caden, our crew member, who's the person who stepped in front of the beacon that we kind of pushed out of the way. He's a biotic user, so he has an implant in his head that allows him to channel and use those magic-like abilities, but it comes with downsides.
What does that have to do with it?
Well, most biotics now use the L3 implants. Lieutenant Alenko was wired with the old L2 configuration. Sometimes there are complications.
What kind of complications?
Severe mental disabilities, insanity, crippling physical pain. There's a long list of horrific side effects. Caden's lucky. He just gets migraines.
I suppose that's lucky.
Goodbye, Commander.
If those are the options. Okay, we've got Ashley here, who we recruited on Eden Prime.
I'm glad you're okay, Commander. The crew could use some good news after what happened to Jenkins.
Jenkins was a valuable part of this crew.
Part of me feels guilty over what happened. If Jenkins was still alive, I might not be here.
You're a good soldier, Williams. You belong on the Normandy.
Thanks, Commander. That means a lot from you. I've never met anyone who was awarded the Star of Terra.
Yeah, so that's, I guess, the honor that we were awarded. It's funny, the makeup looks so much more severe on Shepard here in-game than it did in the character creator. I was trying to find, like, a neutral lip color, like, not have a heavy lipstick, and all the colors, like, are blue or green or super bright pink. Like, there is no setting in Mass Effect 1 to actually just kind of, like, have neutral lips the way these other characters do. Not one that I could find. So if you're wondering why I just made all of that fuss about natural women and then here's Shepard with her pink lipstick, trust me, it was better than the blue one.
Things were pretty rough down there. Are you okay?
I've seen friends die before. Comes with being a Marine. But to see my whole unit wiped out, and you never get used to seeing dead civilians. But things would have been a lot worse if you hadn't shown up.
No, I don't know about Manslayer comedy skits about Mass Effect. That sounds pretty good. Feel free to... I'll check him out, but if there's a link you want me to check out, yeah, I absolutely will. Look, hey!
Couldn't have done it without you,
Don't be hard on yourself,
Thanks,
Williams.
Commander. I have to admit, I was a little worried about being assigned to the Normandy. It's nice when someone makes you feel welcome.
So, there's a little running joke in the Mass Effect community, which is this, I should go. It's just a neutral line to end the conversations, but Shepard says it a lot. So, I should go, is a joke.
I think you're gonna fit in here just fine, Williams.
Thanks, Commander.
I should go. Okay, let's just quickly explore the Normandy a little bit. For those of you who haven't seen it, this is the end. This is the end of it. We've got Caden over here. We can talk to him.
Commander, I'm glad to see you're okay. Losing Jenkins was hard on the crew, and I'm glad we didn't lose you too.
Things were pretty rough down there.
Yeah, you never get used to seeing dead civilians. It doesn't seem right somehow. But at least you stopped Saren from wiping out the whole colony.
Well, I mean, it was a team effort.
I couldn't have done it without you.
We're Marines. We stick together. And I'm just sorry that we lost Jenkins.
Yeah, I wish I could have done something to save him.
I was there. You did everything right. It was just bad luck. It's been a hell of a shakedown, Cruz. Our first mission ends with one Spectre killing another. The Citadel Council's not gonna be happy about that. Probably use it to lever more concessions out of the Alliance.
That sounds like a funny line, but I think she's just saying he knows about... He's got experience with the Council.
You've got a good grasp of the situation. You a career man?
Yeah, a lot of biotics are. We're not restricted, but we sure don't go undocumented. May as well get a paycheck for it. Besides, my father served. I made him proud when I enlisted. Eventually. But is that why you're here? Because of your family?
So I also feel like these kind of conversations feel quite nice because these characters don't know each other that well yet. Clearly from this conversation, they're getting to know each other, and so you as the player character, you can kind of choose how much you want to get to know these characters. Are they just co-workers, or do you want to actually know their backstories? And I think it's kind of nice that you can exchange information with them if you want.
My family were homesteaders on Mindwar. I'm the only one left. But I've moved beyond that.
Oh, that's right, the Blitz. I imagine that bought you any post in the fleet. Word is we're heading for the Citadel, ma'am. Can you, tell me why?
The captain hopes the ambassador can get an audience with the council. Tell them what Saren's been up to.
Makes sense. They'd probably like to know he's not working for them anymore. Whatever happens, we'll be ready, Commander.
Aye, aye. Okay. Can't remember what is in this room, in this... So what's also nice about playing this trilogy is, again, with no spoilers, a lot of the characters will be will be in all three games. The ship will be similar in all three games, and so you get... It feels very much like a continuation, and so it is kind of nice to get invested in the Normandy and in characters because you're going to see them a lot.
Go speak to Joker when you're ready. Tell him to bring the Normandy into dock.
I'll leave you to your blank screen, sir. Who am I to judge? Yeah, so for the people who wanted to know about the Twitch issue, so I found out that apparently Twitch does not support streams in a higher resolution than 1080p. So I've set it to 1080p. And now everyone can see.
I'm glad you're okay, Commander. Losing Jenkins was hard enough on the crew.
Yeah, it's a privacy blackout screen. Yeah. Ooh. Here's some lore. Here's a codex entry. We get XP for doing all of this, so it's worth exploring. And yes, you do get Paragon and Renegade points from talking to people, because it's how you're talking to people. I'm just going to explore a tiny bit more before I talk to Joker and progress the story. Just because I want to show you around. This is where we just came up from, isn't it? Yeah, this is it. So we can take the elevator to go into this. There isn't a lot to explore yet. The ship becomes more advanced over time and in different games, but this is what we have for now. Right. Yeah, I was being too high definition. So I was... Oh, hello! Thank you for joining us on your lunchtime. Yeah, we're too HD. Guys, I'm going to take a very quick bathroom break, but then we'll pick up, just because I can't remember what this, how this progresses the story. But stay with me, give me 3 minutes, I'll be back. Enjoy. I made custom Mass Effect screens for this stream, so I hope you enjoy. Stay hydrated. Alright guys, I am back. I love that you're watching this while on a treadmill. That's dedication. I should get a treadmill so I can stream and exercise. I'm gonna open a kombucha. Stay healthy, guys. If M stands for mass and E for effect, then the equation E equals MC2, C is Cristoforo. I love that. So far, surprisingly unscuffed stream, but I feel like I just jinxed it by saying that. So, we will see. We will see. Okay, let's get back in it. Let's speak to Joker, who's our
Commander.
pilot.
I was just about to bring us into the Citadel. See that taxpayer money at work.
Yeah, guys, whoever cast Seth Green in this game is a genius because, I mean, I don't know, again, if you are not old enough to have played this game at the time, then maybe, yeah, maybe that reference doesn't mean anything to you, but I'm just going to move my camera. There we go. Sometimes the music cuts out. I don't know why.
The size of that ship.
It's not on my end, but in the stream it cuts out sometimes.
Well, size isn't everything.
Why so touchy, Joker?
I'm just
But
saying you
welcome to
need
the Citadel.
firepower too.
Very pretty.
Look at that monster. Its main gun could rip through the barriers on any ship in the Alliance fleet.
Good thing it's on our side, then.
Citadel Control, this is SSV Normandy, requesting permission to land.
Stand by for clearance, Normandy. Clearance granted. You may begin your approach. Transferring you to an Alliance operator.
Roger, Alliance Tower, Normandy out.
Normandy,
This is so pretty.
Alliance Tower. Please proceed to dock 422.
You have, if you weren't there 20 years ago when we saw this, minds were blown. Good old Citadel.
This is an outrage!
All right,
the Council
Bob, take
would
care.
step in if the Geth attacked a Turian colony?
The Turians don't found colonies on the borders of the Terminus systems, Ambassador.
Humanity was well aware of the risks when you went into the Traverse.
What about Saren? You can't just ignore a rogue Spectre. I demand action!
You don't get to make demands of the Council, Ambassador.
Citadel Security is investigating your charges against Saren. We will discuss the CSEC findings at the hearing, not before.
Council said no.
Captain Anderson, I see you brought half your crew with you.
Just the ground team from Eden Prime, in case you had any questions.
I have the mission reports. I assume they're accurate?
They are. Sounds like you convinced the Council to give us an audience.
They were not happy about it. Saren's their top agent. They don't like him being accused of treason.
Saren's a threat to every human colony out there. He needs to be stopped. The Council has to listen to us.
Settle down, Commander. You've already done more than enough to jeopardize your candidacy for the Spectres. The mission on Eden Prime was a chance to prove you could get the job done. Instead, Nihilus ended up dead and the beacon was destroyed.
That's Saren's fault, not hers.
Then we better hope the CSEC investigation turns up evidence to support our accusations. Otherwise, the Council might use this as an excuse to keep you out of the Spectres. Come with me, Captain. I want to go over a few things before the hearing. Shepard, you and the others can meet us at the Citadel Tower, top level. I'll make sure you have clearance to get in.
He's mad.
And that's why I hate politicians.
Yeah, this is modless, guys. No mods, just the base game. Let's hack some random computers. Oh, see, this. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we got a report here. Captain Hendrickson reported some unusual energy readings during a patrol of the Argus Rogue cluster. She had particular concerns about the Hydra system, but was recalled before her team could investigate further. No patrols are scheduled for that sector. Do we want to send in a recon team? We could be the recon team. So it does actually pay to be a little nosy in this game, because you might discover a lot of quests by being nosy. I don't think we can... We can't jump to someone else's balcony. But here we are. We are on the Citadel now. We are gonna explore. I can't remember how to put my weapon away again. So, I'll just have my weapon out and threaten everyone. Hello. So these are the embassies. So we just spoke to the human ambassador, but there are also ambassadors for all the other alien races. So let's go and talk to them.
EarthClan, you are in the wrong place, I think. Your ambassador is next door in the large office.
Chastising remark. Don't be so rude, Din. At least introduce yourself.
I am Din Korlak, Volus ambassador. Is there something I can do for you, EarthClan?
What is this place?
You are in the embassy for the Volus and the Elcor.
Your ambassador is next door, in his own office.
The Elcor are mood.
In this shared space, I aid my fellow Volus when I'm not being interrupted.
I'd like to know more about the Volus.
I'm sure our history and culture would bore you, EarthClan.
We're gonna prove him wrong.
Actually, I would like to know more about your history.
My people came to the Citadel shortly after the Asari and Salarians had discovered it. We were instrumental in establishing a standardized galactic economy.
So this is why we're all using credits.
However, despite our long association with the Citadel and our many contributions to galactic society, we still do not hold a seat on the Council.
The Volus just reminds me a little bit of moles.
Tell me about Volus culture.
We are tribal by nature, but our ways are not violent. We barter and trade our lands and tribe members in order to increase status. Larger tribes often engulf smaller ones and eventually split again. Our society is very malleable, and our government is always shifting and changing. Since we're not physically adept, we trade our services for protection.
Yeah, I see what you mean about the HK-47 from Knights of the Old Republic, if you don't know that reference. I see it. But I guess the Elcor are just a bit more chill. I feel like HK isn't very chill. Just like, meat bag. It's very...
Goodbye, Ambassador.
Shall I kill these people for you?
Yes, yes. Good day, EarthClan.
Okay, let's speak to this friend.
Hello there, human. Sincere apology, but I am here on business and cannot be distracted right now.
You seem distressed. Is there something I can do to help?
Alarmed response. You overheard that, did you? This is all going so wrong, and it is the Asari consort's fault. She's the one who started all this.
So, what I love about this race is that they, because they speak in a very monotone way, or one that we are perceiving as monotone, they sort of start every sentence by clarifying the tone of their words.
What did this Asari do to get you so upset?
I cannot speak more about this problem. It is too sensitive. Suffice it to say, she has compromised my authority as a diplomat.
Where can I find this Asari consort?
She is across the bridge from here. Her offices are easy enough to spot. Good day, human.
And a good day to you too. See, I think what I like is that, see, we found this quest from just hacking that computer, which is a little dodgy if you think about it. We hacked a computer in our own embassy and we got a quest. Anyway, but even now, even if we didn't get a quest from this, like, we've still heard some intel about there being a problem with the Asari consort. And Asari is a different race, which we will meet. Well, we have met. So we can't go this way, this door is closed, but we can go this way. Yeah, look, this, you know, while being a different setting, this isn't too dissimilar to Knights of the Old Republic. If you think about it, this game was also made by BioWare. So you had similar, you know, was a similar dev and, well, I mean, I say similar as in there were different teams, obviously, but same dev. It follows a lot of the same structure from Knights of the Old Republic. It was just later and more recent, but it does, I don't want to, again, spoil too much, but it does follow the BioWare act structure of the time, of how the main story progresses, which we'll talk about when we get to that. So all of these pretty ladies are Asari, and Asari are, I believe, mono-gendered. They don't really gender themselves. They all look like this.
Good day, Commander. The human ambassador is up the stairs, first room on the right.
You know who I am?
Yes, I receive reports on all newly arrived dignitaries and notable people.
Yes, absolutely. Go for your question, Storm Reaper. Feel free to ask. This, is it offline? I mean, I'm playing it through Steam, but yeah, it's not, it's a single player game. There's no one else in it, than me. yeah. I see what you... Well, Mass Effect and Knights of the Old Republic, they are the same studio, to an extent. I think BioWare worked on Knights of the Old Republic as well. Yeah, guys, if you can get me in Fate of the Old Republic, I would absolutely love to do that. It would be my absolute dream to be in one of these sci-fi games. Have I done another character like Cardithea from Wuthering Waves like anime? No, not really. I'm trying to think. So I haven't done any anime. I did do animation, but it was a different style. I was in a Disney Channel show called The Shoo Shoes, which was about a girl who had a bunch of hamsters and they could talk. And so I did the Danish dub for one of these hamsters who was called Num Nums, and she was a purple hamster with glasses. She was like the nerd. She was the cowardly one who was like scared of everything and like knitting. But she was also a bit of a psychopath, like when triggered. So, but she was very cute, but...
She had a voice that was kind of like this. And so she was very cute, but also very excitable and very scared. So she'd go like, ah!
A lot. That's probably the cutest voice I've ever had to do. Yeah, I haven't been in a... I think Cardithea is kind of the outlier, probably. I do more characters in this pitch range. So I play a lot of adults, not so many young people. But, you know, if there's anything you would like me to do, you know, you are always welcome to request any game devs who have feedback forms. If you'd like me to be in their games, I would love to do it. Yes, this is the thing. People are always like, you have a deep voice, you can't do a bright voice. And I'm like, I can, but it's not suitable for every game, right? Like, it would be insane in Mass Effect to be like,
hi, I'm Commander Shepard.
Like, that would be crazy, right? So, what's the lowest voice I can do? I don't know. I think we get to a certain point, and then it's just diminishing returns. It becomes too base, too gravelly. Probably that, because I think the lower I go, like, my voice will be unsupported at a certain point, and then it's just like gravel.
And then it becomes this.
Nah. I mean, this is the thing. A voice has to be sustainable, or it's not usable for voice acting. So I would only ever do a voice that I'm like, I could talk like this for 4 hours. Yeah. So you see, my pitch range is sort of in the middle of it, but then I go brighter or deeper, depending. But yeah, I do love Shepard. And her voice is kind of down here, I think. She's very cool. She talks like this. Yeah, I like it. A Lara Croft style, no. Which Lara Croft, though? Which? Too many. Boy characters? Oh, do you mean like an animation? So there's this trope, I don't know if this is what you're thinking about, but there is a sort of a boy trope in certain types of animation.
Where you got a kid who's like, I'm a boy and I talk like this and I'm really like bright and nasally, but you know, I'm like a kid, I'm like a guy.
I don't know if that's what you meant. Yeah, if you're curious, go and like find my voice reels. They'll be somewhere on the internet. They'll probably have all the different weird voices I do. All right. Let's continue on.
What is this place?
Where are we?
This is the Presidium. More specifically,
yeah, the boss
Citadel embassies. If you have more questions, please access Savina.
What's that?
Oh, Avina is the virtual guide for the Citadel. Feel free to access the terminal yourself.
Okay, so she's like the Siri of the Citadel. A technical question from Vision. What's a character demo versus sorry, need to scroll back. Animation demo. Okay, so keep in mind that I don't work in the US market, I work in the UK market, and so terminology differs from market to market, but there are different kind of voice demos that you can have. Again, I don't know what people specifically mean in the US by saying character demo. That might, maybe someone else can advise if you are a US voice actor here. I would think a character reel, probably they just mean character voice acting as opposed to, say, things like e-learning or commercials or, you know, narration where you're not necessarily playing a character, you're just giving information. So I think you can put games and animation into a character acting bracket because you're doing character voices. So I never talk like this when I'm doing voiceover work because no characters need to sound like me, right? Characters will always sound like something quite specific, and so my voice will always be different. I'll do character voices. Now, if someone was like, can you do this e-learning script? You know, I might still change my voice, but it would be less of a character voice and more just like, if you click on the right-hand button on the left top-down menu, blah, blah, blah. You know, like, it would be informational. Or, to speak to an operator, press 1. You know, that kind of voice is not a character voice, even if I'm changing my own voice, because I'm not trying to sound like a character. I'm just providing information in a way that is appropriate to the information given. So the bright and cheerful phone voice is good for, like, you're on hold, you are number 47 in the line, because I don't want you to get mad and hang up. But it wouldn't be great for being like, alert, you need to evacuate because everything's, you know, you need to evacuate this building like there's a fire. It would be kind of weird to be like, there's a fire, please evacuate. Like, that would be great for sci-fi horror, but it would be kind of weird in real life. So I think to answer the question, animation demo is a demo specifically with animation voices. A character demo could probably be a combination. My personal advice is I would make either an animation demo or a gaming demo or both. I would not mix them up, because if someone is looking to cast you for animation, they are looking for voices that are more heightened and more stylized than for games. So if we use Mass Effect here as an example, the performances are fairly grounded. Yes, we've got like funny characters like the Elcor and the Volus that we just talked to, but people aren't doing those kind of animated voices like the, oh my god, I'm talking like this. Like, nobody's doing that. Everyone's like, I'm Shepard, I'm Caden, I'm Ashley. Because we're trying to emulate cinematic realism. Even though, obviously, now the graphics are dated, we are going for something cinematic, something that is similar to film, so the performances are grounded. In animation, because it is animation, we have less data in the face, we have less information, and so traditionally performances are heightened and more stylized, which is why we get boys who talk like this, and whatever, right? Or witches who talk like this. It would be kind of crazy if someone did that in live action, but in animation it works because the universe is stylized and everything's a little bit more heightened. So, short answer, animation demo, gaming demo, separate, because one is more heightened than the other, as a general rule, but you do you and do whatever is appropriate for your market. Okay, we're going back to the game.
What's your name? What do you do here?
My name is Safiria. I'm the administrative assistant for the embassies.
Yes. And guys, please no leaks for other games like Wuthering Waves. Please know it is in violation of my NDA.
You seem to be distracted.
The embassies are the hub of all Citadel politics. When you represent trillions of citizens, it tends to get a little busy.
So, going back to voice acting, I immediately said I was going to stop, and I didn't. The receptionist here is being very like, oh, hello, welcome, I can tell you more about this. Because that is her job. She is being like someone who is there in a service function, and she's trying to be accommodating. So she's talking she's using her service industry voice, right?
I should be going now.
Have a pleasant day.
So it's just a good example of different voices for different contexts. I keep pulling out my weapons, trying to sprint. We're just going to go up here for more embassies before we progress. Right, so here are some more diplomats.
I can't believe I landed a job here. This place is fantastic. Don't you just love it here? There's so much to see and do.
I was just wondering if that was Jennifer Hale as well.
Human, delighted, welcome. It is good to meet you.
Oh, hello.
Ah, you humans are a wonderful sight here on the Citadel.
It's like the Matt Berry of Elcor. Ooh, some codex entries. Let's get them for the XP. Right, okay. We are going to investigate everything, guys. I'm sorry. I told you I was going to play this how I would play it if nobody was watching, and this is how I would play it. Okay. Got a Turian ambassador
Commander
here.
Shepard, I didn't expect to see you here.
All right, take care, take care. Thank you so much for joining.
Have we met before?
No, but I know you well enough. I'm Executor Palin, head of CSEC.
I love
It's my job to
that
know when someone like you arrives on the Citadel.
we just went into his off and say, who
Was
are
there
you?
something you needed, Commander?
The audacity.
I get the feeling you're not too fond of humans.
No, I just don't trust your kind. Not yet. You humans are eager to take all the power you can get, and you're being given a lot. If the Council wants to make humanity their new favorite pet, that's their business. But I don't have to like it.
The Council treats us like second-class citizens. We have to fight for everything we get.
Good. Then fight for it. But don't expect the rest of us to just sit back and let you take it.
First
I'm a busy
contact
man,
was still a
Commander.
little
Are we done here?
sensitive.
What do you know about the Spectres?
They're the right hand of the Council, or so they like to be called. More like the underhanded side of the Council.
What do you have against the Spectres?
I can't abide any organization that considers itself above the law. Especially when it's left up to each individual Spectre to decide when and how to bend the rules.
Yeah, he does not care for that.
Sometimes you have to bend the law to keep people safe.
That's kind of a
I've
renegade
been
thing to
with
say.
CSEC for 30 years. I've never had to break the law to do my job, not once.
Yeah, right. You expect us to believe none of your officers are corrupt?
There are over 200,000 CSEC agents. Some of them are going to be bad. But we don't turn a blind eye to corruption like the Spectres do. We do our best to find and punish any officer who breaks the law. Spectres, they'll never come under that kind of scrutiny.
Spectres in this world are kind of like secret agents. They're like MI6 agents or, you know, the Bonds. They are the people who kind of get a very wide leash to go and conduct business. So it's quite powerful to be one, which is why we want it to be one. And it's also why it's kind of bad that our opponent, our antagonist, Saren, is one, because it means he just has a lot of clearance, a lot of resources, a lot of intel. He has a lot of things at his disposal that we don't have.
The galaxy needs people like that.
I'm going into some
People who
renegade
do the
options here,
dirty
just because I
jobs.
think it's important to
I
get that
agree.
context.
But they need to be held to a higher standard. They need to be accountable. Saren's out of control. We both know that. But because he's a Spectre, the Council doesn't want to do anything about it. Is that the kind of person this galaxy needs?
So again, classic example of this would be the renegade answer to say yes. But we're Paragon, so we're going to say...
But not all Spectres are like Saren.
True. But the potential is always there.
So this is a good little conversation because I think it kind of encapsulates the absolute power corrupts, absolutely, dichotomy of, you know, it's great to have these people who can operate outside of the law because sometimes that is needed, but it's also inherently quite dangerous if those people then abuse that power. So we had a question here about, yeah, the Spectres are kind of like Bond. Question about if I worked on this game. I did not work on this game. I was too young to have worked on it when it came out originally, but I love the game. And the person who asked what else I'd been in apart from Wuthering Waves, of stuff that I can talk about, I was in a game called Stranova. I don't know how many people know it. I played a character called Audrey in that. I am in some of the Diablo games. I am in Dying Light the Beast, which came out this year. No, last year, sorry. Battlefield 6. I'm in a bunch of games, but there's also a lot of stuff I can't talk about. Sorry. Yeah. All right. Let's talk about CSEC, because that is what he is sort of the head of.
Tell me about CSEC.
CSEC provides necessary police and security services throughout the Citadel. We're a civilian government agency, though many of our members have had military training. Of course, as the CSEC representative to the Council, I spend most of my time liaising between the two.
So, seems
Tell
like
me
kind of
about
like the
your
police.
investigation into Saren.
Sorry, Commander. I don't make a habit of giving out details about ongoing investigations.
Okay, fine.
I'll be going now.
Fine, do your
Goodbye.
job. Ooh, we leveled up. So yeah, I think the Turians are kind of, they're sort of a military species. They have a lot of hierarchy, they have a lot of order. They have, I think, sort of parallels with, like, you know, the Roman Empire. Like, a lot of the names have sort of a Latin kind of structure to them. You've got to decrypt everything, man. Oh, this is... It's really weird. I don't know if you can see it, but sometimes it kind of jumps on its own without me moving it. It's a little jarring. Okay, we've got another quest here. Diplomatic advisory warning. The following message was transmitted from an untraceable account to multiple recipients across the extranet. Further monitoring of the situation is warranted. My fellow biotic, you have been selected to receive this transmission because of our shared plight. Few understand us, fewer tolerate us. We must stand together. We must build our own new world. Come. Join us in the Hawking Eta cluster. Only as one body can we right the wrongs done to our kind. Sounds like something we should involve ourselves in. Every time I want to sprint on shift so badly. It's not that. That's not the one. Right, so this is like where the diplomats go to hang out.
This place seems strange. I wish there were more humans around.
Yeah.
Don't believe the rumors. The consort would never reveal her secrets.
Okay.
Of course you wouldn't.
So they're talking about the person who the Elcor was talking
What
about.
do you want? Oh, Commander. Is there something I can do for you?
Relax, Private. This isn't an inspection.
You get a better haircut.
Sorry.
Because this
what
was,
can I do for you, Commander?
This is terrible.
What can you tell me about the Asari consort?
Well, she's an Asari who works here as... That is, she helps people with things.
You never went to see her, did you, Fredericks?
No, I never did. I couldn't afford it. It costs half a year's credits just to go in and talk to her.
Can you at least tell me where I can find her?
Sure. She's across the bridge from the embassies.
Thanks, kid. Have fun. Try not to get into too much trouble.
I will. Have fun, that is.
I mean, this is a very mature-looking kid. I'll be honest, but let's not judge him. It's okay. Not his fault.
I don't have time to talk now. I'm very busy.
Hello, Commander. Can I get you something?
What have you got?
Information, mostly. Would you like to know about some points of interest nearby?
No.
Goodbye.
I'm okay.
So long, Commander. Have a pleasant day.
The graphics aren't bad for a 20-year-old game. No. Okay, we don't need to talk to that right now. Okay. Feels wrong to sprint on space. Right, okay. We gotta get out. Let's go and talk to the council, which is what we need to do.
Welcome to the Presidium. Allow me to be your guide.
Sure, Avina. No, actually, no. Let's take this rapid transit to try and get to where we need to go. We can't keep the council waiting. We should go. We should go. All right, we're here, guys. Look at this. This is pretty. There's a very aggressive fountain.
Saren's hiding something. Give me more time. Stall them.
Stall the council? Don't be ridiculous. Your investigation is over, Garrus.
Commander Shepard, Garrus Vicarian. I was the officer in charge of the CSEC investigation into Saren.
Sounds like you really want to bring him down.
I don't trust him. Something about him rubs me the wrong way. But he's a Spectre. Everything he touches is classified. I can't find any hard evidence.
I think the council's ready for us, Commander.
Good luck, Shepard. Maybe they'll listen to you.
Don't think we can.
You don't want to keep the council
We
waiting.
can't get more information about his investigation yet. Yeah, Garrus has something to calibrate. I don't want to spoil too much, but he's a great character. Oh, can we talk to this lady? No, we cannot. We should go. We should go and talk to the council. The game definitely wants us to do that. We'll come back and talk to everyone else afterwards. We'll go and do this first. Yeah, sorry about the screen shake. I hope it's not giving people motion sickness. I don't know if I can turn it off. I don't know if that's a setting.
The hearing's already started. Come on.
Okay. Let's do it, guys. Let's talk to the council. I'm sure they'll be reasonable, right?
The Geth attack is a matter of some concern, but there is nothing to indicate Saren was involved in any way.
The investigation by Citadel security turned up no evidence to support your charge of treason.
An eyewitness saw him kill Nihilus in cold blood.
We've read the Eden Prime reports, Ambassador. The testimony of one traumatized dock worker is hardly compelling proof.
I resent these accusations. Nihilus was a fellow Spectre and a friend.
That just let you catch him off guard.
Captain Anderson, you always seem to be involved when humanity makes false charges against me. And this must be your protege, Commander Shepard, the one who let the beacon get destroyed.
Okay, so just for a bit of context, in the books that are sort of the prequel to Mass Effect, Saren and Anderson have some run-ins, so there is history between them, which is why they're being a little aggy with each other.
The mission to Eden Prime was top secret. The only way you could know about the beacon was if you were there.
With Nihilus gone, his files passed on to me. I read the Eden Prime report. I was unimpressed. But what can you expect from a human?
Saren despises humanity. That's why he attacked Eden Prime.
Your species needs to learn its place, Shepard. You're not ready to join the Council. You're not even ready to join the Spectres.
He has no right to say that. That's not his decision.
Shepard's admission into the Spectres is not the purpose of this meeting.
This meeting has no purpose. The humans are wasting your time, Counselor, and mine.
Saren's hiding behind his position as a Spectre. You need to open your eyes.
What we need is evidence. So far, we've seen nothing.
There is still one outstanding issue. Commander Shepard's vision. It may have been triggered by the beacon.
Are we allowing dreams?
It's great so far, thank you.
How can I defend my innocence against this kind of testimony?
I agree. Our judgment must be based on facts and evidence, not wild imaginings and reckless speculation.
Do you have anything else to add, Commander Shepard?
You've made your decision. I won't waste my breath.
The Council has found no evidence of any connection between Saren and the Geth. Ambassador, your petition to have him disbarred from the Spectres is denied.
I'm glad to see justice was served.
This meeting is adjourned.
Not great.
It was a mistake bringing you into that hearing, Captain. You and Saren have too much history. It made the Council question our motives.
I know Saren. He's working with the Geth for one reason. To exterminate the entire human race. Every colony we have is at risk. Every world we control is in danger. Even Earth isn't safe.
Tell me about this history between you and Saren.
I worked with him on a mission a long time ago. Things went bad. Real bad. We shouldn't talk about this here. But I know what he's like. And he has to be stopped.
What's our next step?
As a Spectre, he's virtually untouchable. We need to find some way to expose him.
What about Garrus, that CSEC investigator? We saw him arguing with the Executor.
That's right. He was asking for more time to finish his report. Seems like he was close to finding something on Saren.
Any idea where we could find him?
I have a contact in CSEC who can help us track Garrus down. His name is Harkin.
Forget it. They suspended Harkin last month, drinking on the job. I won't waste my time with that loser.
You won't have to. I don't want the Council using your past history with Saren as an excuse to ignore anything we turn up. Shepard will handle this.
Hey, it's a bit rude.
You can't just cut Captain Anderson out of this investigation.
The Ambassador's right. I need to step aside.
I need to take care of some business. Captain, meet me in my office later.
Harkin's probably getting drunk at Cora's Den. It's a dingy little club in the lower section of the wards.
Maybe there's another way to find evidence against Saren.
You should talk to Barla Vaughn over in the financial district. Rumor has it he's an agent for the Shadow Broker.
The Shadow Broker?
An information dealer. buys and sells secrets to the highest bidder. I've heard Barlavan's one of the top representatives. He might know something about Saren, but his information won't come cheap.
You and Saren have a history. What happened?
About 20 years ago, I was part of a mission in the Skillian Verge. I was working with Saren to find and remove a known terrorist threat. Saren eliminated his target, but a lot of people died along the way, innocent people. And the official records just covered it all up. But I saw how he operates. No conscience, no hesitation. He'd kill 1,000 innocent civilians to end a war without a second thought.
Our ambassador doesn't seem to get along with the council.
He's just frustrated. The council's always preaching that we need to be part of the galactic community. But for them, it's a one-way street. They want us to expand and settle unstable regions like the Skillian Verge and the Attican Traverse. But when we run into trouble, they don't want to help us out. Everyone knows it's only a matter of time until we get a seat on the council. The ambassador just thinks it should happen sooner rather than later. And I agree.
You don't think much of Harkin.
The guy joined CSEC about 20 years ago. He's been an embarrassment to our species ever since. Roughing up suspects in custody, bribery accusations, alcohol and drug use. The embassy used to step in when he got in trouble. But I guess enough was enough.
Guy's a scumbag. He should have been cut loose a long time ago.
He was one of the first human CSEC officers. Guess it would have looked bad if he got fired. A lot of backroom deals were worked out over the years to keep him on the force. Politics is a dirty business sometimes, but it looks like his time's run out. We've got enough humans in CSEC now to stop protecting him.
I want to know more about the Spectres.
They're not your typical government agency. They tend to work alone, behind the scenes. They take care of problems the Council can't. It's not easy preserving peace across an entire galaxy. The Council prefers to use diplomacy and negotiation. But sometimes more extreme measures are needed.
How do they decide who becomes a Spectre?
You can't just apply to join. There's no training program.
It's kind of like the
Spectres
Double O
aren't
problem,
They're
program,
born.
isn't it?
The Council's always looking for exceptional individuals. People who can get the job done.
It is a
Like
little
you.
bit like watching a movie, guys.
They've
But
been
we'll make
watching you for
choices.
years. They see something in you. They want you on their side. Nihilus was supposed to give them a final recommendation, but with him gone, things are still up in the air.
There's just a lot of exposition here at the beginning, but I think it is really important to understand, like, what happens in the next 3 games. It is worth it, trust.
What's their command structure like?
There is no command structure. Each Spectre answers directly to the Council. Sometimes they're sent on specific missions. Other times, they act on their own. They tend to operate outside the law, do whatever it takes to accomplish their goals. The Council just turns a blind eye. Spectres have a lot of power, Shepard.
They sound like shadow operatives.
Everything about them is classified. We don't even know how many there are. The latest Alliance estimate puts their numbers under 100, but the Council couldn't do its job without them. They're the Citadel's top agents, the last line of defense, the final option before open war. The entire galaxy respects and fears them. If a Spectre shows up, you know something big is about to happen.
And if one goes too far?
What happens when a Spectre goes rogue, like Saren?
It doesn't happen often. The Council is careful when they select their candidates. But when something does go wrong, there's usually only one solution. Send another Spectre to bring the rogue agent down.
Okay.
Tell me more about the Shadow Broker.
He's a necessary evil of galactic politics. Buying and selling information is a part of the game. And the Shadow Broker just happens to be the best player on the field. Always sells to the highest bidder. Doesn't get involved in politics. Doesn't pick sides. A simple system, but it works.
Yeah, so
He's
we've
not
got
a threat to anyone. not
2
threat.
leads here.
He's just a resource we can use, or she is. Or maybe they are. Nobody really knows.
Yeah, so we've got 2 leads. We've got the CSEC investigation, and we've got the Shadow Broker, who's just like an intel provider.
Tell me about Barlavan.
He specializes in moving large sums of money without leaving a paper trail. A financial genius. Doesn't do anything illegal, but he knows all the loopholes.
Yeah.
He's got an impressive client list. Ambassadors, diplomats, Spectres. That's probably why the Shadow Broker uses him.
I should go.
I
Good
should
luck,
go.
Shepard. I'll be over in the ambassador's office if you need anything else.
Okay, so we've got 2 leads, which is pretty good. And we should definitely, you know, follow them both. Okay, let's just, now that we're up here, see if there's anything else we need to do here. Anyone else we can talk to that is relevant. And if not, we will go and chase these leads. Alright. How are you all finding it so far? If you haven't played this game before, is this anything like what you were expecting, or does it feel very different? There's nothing here. Trying not to run too fast and give everyone motion sickness.
Don't be ridiculous. The Volus won't
I
be
should
joining the
go.
council for years.
I should go.
The humans are making a strong push, and you can bet the Volus will be right on their coattails if they succeed.
Allowing the humans to join us.
So we've got some people talking about whether or not the humans should join. Oh, okay, we can talk to this friend. Yes, hello, friend.
That guy's up to something.
What? Oh, no, I wasn't. Never mind.
Oh, that wasn't suspicious. Mm-hmm.
Yes, is there something you want?
Why are you so interested in the Keepers?
Keepers? I've got no interest in the keep...
Don't get coy. I know what I saw.
I'm not so sure I should be talking to you about this.
Just tell me what you're doing. I'm not here to get you into trouble.
All right. I guess it wouldn't hurt to tell you. I'm using a small scanner to gather readings on the Keepers. So far I've had mixed results. I find it difficult to get near the creatures.
Why were you being so secretive about it, though?
Well, technically we're not supposed to disturb the Keepers. I don't really think my scanning disturbs them, but the authorities might disagree. I'd like to do it more openly, but it's not really worth getting arrested over.
I can do that for you.
I can help you out. I'm not worried about the authorities.
I don't even know who you are.
I'm Commander Shepard with the Alliance military.
Well, I suppose I could use the help. You'll need this. It's the scanning device I developed. Activate it each time you see a Keeper. All collected data will automatically upload to my database. I'll even send a few credits your way for each unique scan.
What are you doing with the data once you've scanned it?
Trying to learn whatever I can about the Keepers. We see them working everywhere, yet we know so little about them. I'm a scientist. I want to know what makes them tick.
I should get going then.
Yes, I have much work myself. So long, and good luck with the scanning.
Alright, let's go and scan friend. And there was one over here, wasn't there? Either here or further up. Nope, it's further up. I keep pulling the guns out. I'll keep doing that. Sorry,
no,
everyone.
I'm waiting to speak with one of the Councilor's assistants. Commander?
Oh, we can't speak to him at this point. Okay, fair enough. I wish there was a way to put the weapons away. I don't know what it is. I feel like these controls are different. I feel like there wasn't there one of these doors that opened? Oh, the Keeper was over here. Here we go. Very important business, guys. Who knows, this could be really important. Great. Let's skedaddle. That was not the way. Yeah, if I could put this weapon away, that'd be great. There we go. Okay. No, I just changed weapons. Darn it. Okay, that's fine. That's fine, Shepard. Be like that. Be like that. I feel like if they saw us just running around with guns out all the time, we would definitely not make Spectre. They just have footage of us running around with guns all over the Citadel. Whoa. Okay. Have I played Mass Effect Andromeda? I have. Yes. Yeah, maybe it's just that if you try and sprint, you get the guns out. I don't know. Alright. let's get out of here. Elevator music.
I can't believe the Council ignored all the evidence against Saren.
Saren's one of their best operatives. It's only natural they'd take his word over ours.
Oh, so now we just chase leads while this smug Turian runs around with his Geth troopers.
The voices are a bit quiet.
That's politics, Chief.
I hate politics.
Can you hear the elevator music? It's great. Again, I don't want to yuck anyone's yum. I did not enjoy Andromeda as much as Mass Effect 1 through 3. Personally, it's not because you play as a different protagonist. I don't have an issue with that. I just didn't... I felt like it didn't add anything new. It felt like a lesser version of what I'd already played, and so it just disappointed me. I think my expectations were very high, and it disappointed me on pretty much every parameter. I felt the story, the characters, the gameplay was less enjoyable for me than the trilogy. So it didn't land for me. But I think it's still worth playing for the story. It's just not a game I have a desire to revisit in the same way that I like playing this again.
Look at that bug thing over there. What's it doing?
You can't just call them bugs.
Please do not disturb the keepers.
I will disturb the keeper. Sorry. Right, so we have a bunch of leads. We have Garrus, and we have the Shadow Broker. So we're trying to expose Saren. We have 2 leads. Financial District and Lower Wards. Let's see which one we're closer to. Oh, the map. Okay, we'll probably use the rapid transit to get... I did it again. To get to wherever we can go.
I've told you before, you're not allowed in here. This one believes it has the right to move freely in this area.
There's a little bit of a beef here.
You're creating a public disturbance. It's against Citadel regulations.
Involve ourselves in.
That Hanar refuses to listen to reason. Why can't it act in an orderly and lawful manner?
Are there laws being broken here?
I am not unreasonable. The Hanar is free to spew its nonsense once it purchases an evangelical permit.
Oh, thank you, H. I'll try that.
So if the Hanar gets a permit, it's allowed to preach?
No. Registered evangelicals must follow regulations. There are specific areas where preaching is legal. Failure to follow the regulations results in the forfeiture of the license.
What's the purpose behind the evangelical permits?
Forcing religious evangelicals to register for a permit weeds out undesirables. It keeps the area safe. The Citadel is too important to become a battleground for a religious war.
If you'd like, I could talk to the Hanar for you.
I have argued with the stubborn jelly all afternoon. You are certainly welcome to try.
Okay, let's talk to this beautiful creature.
Do you desire to learn of the Enkindlers? Or has the Honorable CSEC officer enlisted assistance?
Why is the CSEC officer harassing you?
The CSEC officer requests that this one purchase an evangelical permit to spread the truth of the Enkindlers.
If that's all the CSEC officer wants, why not just buy the permit?
The truth of the Enkindlers is universal. This one humbly believes that the truth should not be suppressed. Exacting payment as a means of imposing limits upon the truth is an abrogation of this one's religious freedom.
Has the style of voice acting changed or evolved from the early 2000s to today? Yes, absolutely. And not just because voice acting was simpler in older games. Like if you go back to very old games, you know, they might not have dialogue. They might just have efforts, right? Like a huh or whatever. But even when games start having dialogue, in the beginning, and this is not because actors weren't good or direction wasn't good. I think it was just doing something very different. I think if you think about games that are 25 years old, the way information was sometimes delivered, it was less about, again, invoking a particularly cinematic experience, and it was more about, this is the information. So it could feel a little abrupt, I think, by today's standards. It's a bit like, oh no, the monsters are attacking, we should go! And it's very, okay. It's not necessarily as nuanced, again, not because actors weren't good. I think it was just the pace of the storytelling. The gameplay and the combat was more the focus, and so the voice acting was kind of sparse, and it was just to give a little bit of context, like, we should go here for reasons. So I think, yes, the style has absolutely evolved. Now, again, as you said, this is kind of like watching a film to an extent, right? When we're in the cutscenes and I'm just selecting options, it's because it's fully voiced, it is just like watching a film. And obviously, newer games, because this is still almost 20 years old, newer games are even more cinematic. You've got games that are pretty much only talking, or things like Heavy Rain, or, you know, things that are pretty much just acting. And so, yes, I think the style is becoming, certainly in this style of game, more and more cinematic. It's becoming more like a screen performance, like a film performance. And that is stylistically quite different to the style of voiceover that we had in really older games. Yeah, Mark Meir voiced the Hannah. Okay.
So you're breaking the law by preaching without a permit right now.
The CSEC officer states that preaching in this place is forbidden, and preaching anywhere on the Citadel requires a permit. This one humbly submits that it is not preaching to state the truth of the Enkindlers.
I feel like preaching
and thus,
Hannah here
no
is
permit should be necessary.
it's being a little flippant with its interpretation.
Who are the Enkindlers?
Your people know them as the Protheans. They are the true creators of this one's people. The Enkindlers raised the Hanar from ignorance into consciousness by granting
Yeah,
this one's
it is
people
acting. I
the
do a lot of
gift
performance
speech.
capture, so it is full screen acting, what we do now.
Is this really how you want to represent the Enkindlers?
The truth of the Enkindlers must be made known. They gave the Hanar language, and gave the universe the mass relays. This one only wishes to spread the truth to any who will listen. There is no intent to cause trouble.
Okay, so see, because I unlocked the charm options, I now have the option to make a Paragon dialogue choice. This one down here would be unlocked if I had put the points in the Renegade, which is the Intimidate. And I might do that as well, just so we can have more choice. But see, so now I'm going to make an attempt to persuade him to stop.
Is this how the Enkindlers would want you to use this gift of consciousness?
The Enkindlers would wish for their message to be spread to all sentient races.
The Enkindlers wouldn't wish their message to be spread by breaking society's laws.
This one hears wisdom. Perhaps enthusiasm has clouded judgment in this matter. This one departs now, and will not intrude upon the Presidium again.
Okay, so because we resolved it using a Paragon option, and by being kind, we got Paragon points. So now, you see our Paragon points are slowly building up. I will put points in Intimidate as well, just because why not? See, now we have all the talkie options, which is good, because that's really what I want. I want to be able to explore the dialogue options, so we can see all of that. Got more points for our friends here. Have some biotics, Caden. My good friend. And you have some... Again, I don't really care. Great. Great. Right. So that is one quest solved, and here is one keeper scanned. Now, I think... towards... Yes, okay, great. We can use this rapid transit to go to where we want to go. Okay, so we can go to Khorasan, which is where the guy, Harkin, the drunk, who will know where the CSEC officer, Garrus, who was investigating, we know where he is. Okay, so this is where we're going. Oh no! Assassins! This weapon, why is it so uncertain? Don't know if I like this pistol. Did not hit very hard.
Those were Saren's men. All targets down.
Let's just see if we have a different weapon. Oh wait, where is it? Where is it? Equipment. Okay. Right. Yeah, I did not love this, I'll be honest. Let's let's add that. I'll sacrifice. Okay. Sorry, just checking to see if these friends can have better... I'll sacrifice accuracy a tiny bit, I think. I think that's acceptable. Most of these can't wear any armor because I didn't give them the ability to wear heavy armor. That's okay. Again, it doesn't really... It's not like... When you're not trying to play this in like super hard difficulty for... I don't know, bragging rights or combat achievements, it doesn't really matter. Okay, let's see here. 8, yes, thank you. That is how I put it away. Right, so we've gone to a dodgy bar with dancers, but these are not the people we're here to speak with. The snap to the wall maneuver. Indeed. Okay, so this is not the person we're here to see. This is the person we're here to see.
Back off, Rex. Fist told us to take you down if you showed up. What are you waiting for? I'm standing right here. This is Fist's only chance. If he's smart, he'll take it. He's not coming out, Rex. End of story. This story is just beginning.
More aliens.
Out of my way, humans. I have no quarrel with you.
What was that all about?
Who knows? Let's just try not to get caught in the middle.
So we're slowly, through the main story, getting to know various characters. Let's talk to this guy a little bit. He doesn't want to talk to us.
I got business here, but not with you.
Okay, here's another friend.
Sorry, I'll get to you.
None of these people have time to speak to us right now. This is who we're here for.
Hey there, sweetheart. Looking for some fun? 'Cause I gotta say, that soldier getup looks real good on that body of yours.
So he's
Why don't
charming.
you sit your sweet little ass down beside old Harkin. Have a drink. We'll see where this goes.
Maybe later.
Suit yourself, princess. You know, if more Marines looked like you, I might have joined the Alliance instead of CSEC.
Harkin, right? I was told you could help me find someone.
Renegade Shepard would
Turian
probably punch
CSEC
this guy.
officer named Garrus.
Garrus? You must be one of Captain Anderson's crew. Poor bastard, still trying to bring Saren down, eh? I know where Garrus is, but you gotta tell me something first. Did the captain let you in on his big secret?
Is there something I should know about the captain?
The captain used to be a Spectre. Didn't know that, did you? It was all very hush-hush. The first human ever given that honor, and then he blew it. Screwed up his mission so bad they kicked him out. Of course, he blames Saren. Says the Turians set him up.
You said they covered all this up. How'd you hear about it?
I spent 20 years working cases here on the Citadel. People on this station love to talk. Secrets are like herpes. If you got them, you might as well spread them around.
This guy's pretty disgusting.
You're a pig.
Just noticed that now, did you?
Just tell me where Garrus went.
Garrus was sniffing around Dr. Michelle's office. She runs the med clinic on the other side of the wards. Last I heard, he was going back there.
How well do you know Captain Anderson?
Met him a few times over the years. One of those hardcore military guys. Yes, sir. No, sir. Can't have any fun with a stick up your ass, sir. That's probably why he climbed the Alliance ranks so fast. The military loves brown-nosers.
The captain's a good soldier.
Sure, whatever. Dress him in a fancy suit, pin some shiny medals on his chest, and call him a hero. Everybody else does. But if he's so great, why'd the Spectres kick him out? Go ask him about that, sweetheart.
The name's Commander Shepard. Remember that, unless you want to start picking your teeth up off the floor.
Relax. That's the problem with you Alliance types. No sense of humor.
What's it like working for CSEC?
You mean, what was it like? The executors suspended me without pay. Recurring violations.
Yep.
CSEC was keeping a file on me.
I love the lighting in this. Like, I know it's old, but
I ever made went into
look at the contrast with the neon lights. It's pretty cool.
Note in the file. Have a couple of drinks on duty, note in the file. Skim a couple of credits off a drug bust, note in the file. It's a goddamn witch hunt.
Yeah. Wow. They were really hard on him, right?
You get off easy if you ask me.
What the hell do you know? Working for CSEC isn't like being a Marine. People get pissed off if we shoot somebody. Investigations, inquiries, rules, regulations. Every day I plow through enough red tape to choke a rhino. That's how you gotta be to do this job. So don't talk to me about right and wrong. You soldiers got it easy.
You need to look in a mirror. Sober up and take some responsibility for yourself.
Save your sermons. This ain't no church.
What do you know about Garrus?
Damn hothead is what he is. Still figures he can save the world. Always bucking heads with the Executor. He'll pay for it soon enough. The Executor loves to put us lowly field agents in our place. Just look what happened to me.
Yeah. I think we've spoken plenty with this guy.
Yeah, good. Go. Let me drink in peace.
What a sour guy. Alright. So, we now know that he is in the med clinic in the upper rooms. Oh, did it again.
Captain Anderson tell us he used to be a Spectre?
Maybe it's not true. Harkin's an ass. Bet he's just messing with our heads.
Asking the real question. So that's a bit of a twist that Anderson was or could have been a Spectre. Okay, so I think if we're going to the... No, wait. We can go through the lower markets to get to the upper markets. My memories, it's coming back to me.
Hello there. Welcome to Moorland's famous shop. You want many good supplies, yes?
I do.
Let me see what you have.
With my intense eyes.
You will be pleased, I think. Very good things I have. You will see.
Hello. Okay, yeah, so he's just got... Okay, random stuff to buy. Okay, I'm actually not looking to buy stuff of that kind right now, I think. There are items you can buy that are kind of like upgrades and also just like fun things. I will want to do that at some point. Oh. Oh, we should talk to this guy.
Is that really... Wow, it's you. You're Commander Shepard, the hero of Eden Prime. I am so honored to meet you.
Hi, Stargazer.
Nice to meet you. And you are?
My name is Conrad. Conrad Werner. They say you killed more than 100 Geth on Eden Prime.
I spent most of my time trying to stay alive and help the colonists.
Hey, I know you're probably busy, but do you have time for a quick autograph?
Sure.
Anything for a fan. Here.
Thanks. I really appreciate it. My wife is going to be so impressed. I'll let you get back to work. But next time you're on Earth, I'd love to buy you a drink. Thanks again.
You're welcome.
Hello, Earth Clan. No doubt you've just come back from the colonies. Will you be needing supplies?
Show me what you got.
Most excellent. I am sure you will find something pleasing.
Okay, I'm just trying to see what we have here. Yes, okay, so these unique items are things that I do want to buy. They might be licenses that allow me to buy things from the Normandy, or they can be like upgrades that will help me in the game. So I'm not necessarily looking to buy random guns, because they'll be obsolete quick enough.
Best place on this ward to
But
buy
I am
upgrades.
going to try and buy all the unique items. I'll actually go down and check if this guy downstairs had one as well. Moorland. Yeah, the licenses, if I remember it
Welcome to
right,
Moorland's famous shop.
that's what they do.
Oh, you will be pleased, I think.
I think standard items is... Yeah, so, see here. Yeah, for the Normandy Quartermaster, it just means that you can buy certain types of arms or armor on the Normandy, and that's just quite handy. So I'm going to get those. And same here, like we've got Metagel upgrade, which means we can have one more healing item. So we want to get those. Yes, thank you. You are doing the good work, Stargazer. Thank you so much. And I know that Dan is also working on something for you, so there'll be more voiced by soon for anyone who is watching that.
Look, I know it was you. I remember your face.
Really, that's impressive.
Usually you humans can't tell one Turian from another.
This was the place. Now, are you gonna give me a refund or not?
Do you have your proof of purchase?
I love some of the ambient stuff.
No, I don't think you ever gave me one.
I'm sorry then. I can't help you.
But what do you...
Can't help you.
I love how much of this game is voiced. And again, if you think about how old it actually is, it's really impressive that so much of it is voiced. The reason I'm playing this now and not Planescape, which I've said to a lot of people is my favorite game, is because Planescape is so old that it does not have a lot of voiced lines, and there's a lot of text, and it just means if I was playing that, I try to, for accessibility, read everything out loud if it's not voiced, but that would mean a lot of reading, and I don't know if we're all ready for that.
I'm Emily Wong. I'm an investigative journalist working here on the Citadel. Could I have a moment of your time?
What do you need?
I've been hunting for evidence of corruption and organized crime on the Citadel, but there are places I can't go.
Oh.
I was hoping you might share anything you find during your own investigation. I can make it worth your time.
How do you know that my investigation is going to uncover anything you need?
You wouldn't be investigating if it weren't big. And if it's big, it's something I'd like to hear about.
How do you know I'm investigating anything here on the Citadel?
I'm a good journalist, Commander Shepard. Word gets around.
You gotta have access to better sources. Why contact me?
I'm using every source I can find, but I think I've got a better shot with you.
It is a bit of a Karen
I've read your
haircut.
file. If anyone is going to uncover corruption here, it's the hero of the
If nothing
Skillian
else,
Blitz.
because Chakwas, whose first name is Karen, has the same one.
Sounds like a good cause. If I find any
Emily
information,
seems nice.
it's yours.
I'm gonna help her. We are Paragon
Thank you,
after all in this
Commander.
playthrough.
You won't regret it.
At least for now. I mean, surely, if we come across details of corruption, we will want to share that. I think the clinic... No, the clinic is over this way. I am very certain. The clinic is over here. Yep.
I didn't tell anyone, I swear!
That was smart, Doc. Now if Garrus comes around, you stay smart. Keep your mouth shut or we'll... Who are you?
Let her go.
Ah!
What a rogue!
Take him out!
Okay, see, now let me try and remember. Oh. Okay. Okay. Let's just... Oh, no, wait. I gotta... Yeah, okay, you gotta place it. Okay. Okay, sure, let's do some
Perimeter clear.
Garrus, you rebel.
Perfect timing, Shepard. Gave me a clear shot at that bastard.
What were you thinking? You could have hit the hostage.
There wasn't time to think. I just reacted. I didn't mean to... Dr. Michelle, are you hurt?
No, I'm okay. Thanks to you. All of you.
I know those men threatened you, but if you tell us who they work for, we can protect you.
They work for Feast. They wanted to shut me up, keep me from telling Garrus about the Quarian.
Quarian?
What Quarian?
A few days ago, a Quarian came by my office. She'd been shot, but she wouldn't tell me who did it. I could tell she was scared, probably on the run. She asked me about the Shadow Broker. She wanted to trade information in exchange for a safe place to hide.
Where is she now?
I put her in contact with Fist. He's an agent for the Shadow Broker.
Not anymore. Now he works for Saren. And the Shadow Broker isn't too happy about it.
Fist betrayed the Shadow Broker? That's stupid even for him. Saren must have made him quite the offer.
That Quarian must have something Saren wants. Something worth crossing the Shadow Broker to get.
What else can you tell me about the Quarian?
I'm not sure. Like I said, she wanted to trade information for a place to hide. She didn't... Wait a minute. Geth. Her information had something to do with the Geth.
Okay.
She must be able to link Saren to the Geth. There is no way the Council can ignore this.
time we paid Fist a visit.
This is your show, Shepard. But I want to bring Saren down as much as you do. I'm coming with you.
You're
Fair
a
enough.
Turian. Why do you want to bring him down?
I couldn't find the proof I needed in my investigation, but I knew what was really going on. Saren is a traitor to the Council and a disgrace to my people.
That's fair.
Welcome aboard, Garrus.
You know, we aren't the only ones going after Fist. The Shadow Broker hired a Krogan bounty hunter named Rex to take him out.
Yeah, we saw him in the bar.
Let's recruit everyone.
Krogan might come in handy.
Last I heard, he was at the C-Sec Academy.
What's he doing there?
Fist accused him of making threats. We brought Rex in for a little talk. If you hurry, you can catch him at the Academy before he leaves.
Move out.
Okay, so now because we have 3 party members, we can choose who we're going to have. And so what's cool is when you mark them, you can kind of see what you get down here. So because I'm an infiltrator, I have tech and combat. So you can kind of, if you want to make a balanced team, you can kind of be like, what balances the team most? I think because I don't have biotics, it's probably good to bring Caden. And Garrus is also, I think... is he also an infiltrator? I feel like he must be. But let's bring him because he asked so nicely. Yeah, the shadows are a little spoilery. But let's go with this. Lads, roll out. Okay, so, yes, we... Oh, interesting. Is it either or? Do we now not have the opportunity to go and speak to the Shadow Broker? Or was that never in the log? Interesting. Huh. Oh. I think it's just... Okay, I see. I think there are 2 ways to get to the same point, maybe, and it doesn't matter which one you... Because I was like, surely you can do both. Let's just... Financial district. Let's just go and see, because I'm curious. I'm going to just go and see if we can still talk to them. How is it acting in mocap compared to acting on stage? That's a really good question. So, when you're acting on stage, obviously you know where the audience is. And so you are kind of tailoring your performance to a specific direction, which is obviously where the audience is. Sorry, I'm trying to remember where the financial... Oh, the bank. The bank. Yes. This... Can we go there? Is that how that works? Okay, it's fine. I'll just walk it. But when you're doing mocap or PCAP, because the performance is, you know, the cameras can be and will be everywhere, essentially there'll be cameras or sensors all around you, and they will decide on the angle. Like, the director will decide what is the angle of the camera in-game. You know, like, are we seeing it like this, or are we seeing it like this, right? They can change all that because they've got the camera everywhere. But if you are mocapping this character, you have to play... like 360 degrees, right? Because the camera could be here or here. They could be anywhere. So you can't just be like doing weird stuff in the back and thinking nobody's going to see it. Everything will be seen. And so it is, in a way, a mix of stage, screen, and voice acting if you're doing the whole thing, because you are saying the lines, so you're doing your voice acting. If it's performance capture, you are doing your facial stuff, so it is face acting or screen acting. But also your body obviously has to also be right. There's a really good example of, and this is not me in any way coming for the wonderful actress Claudia Black, but I think in one of the Uncharted games, I think it was one of the first times she did mocap, and there's a scene where her character sat at a table, and because she was coming from screen acting at the time, she was in Farscape and other things, she was used to, like, the camera's here, right? So the scene is happening here, so obviously this is where the acting is happening. And I think she has her legs, like, kind of crossed in a funny way under the table, because she was like, nobody's going to see my legs. But because the camera is everywhere, because they zoomed out in some shots, you know, her character Chloe's just sat there, you know, like, having a cool conversation, but then her legs are kind of, like, funny under the table. And it's just a funny example of how you have to be aware of what all of you is doing at all points. So it feels like the final evolution of all forms of acting for me, and I really like doing it. I've done some performance capture for some really cool games that I'm very excited to tell you all about. A lot of it will come out this year, so more on that, guys, when I can. Right, so I think the bank is here, and here is the guy. I'm just going to see if we can still talk to this guy and get more information, just so we don't skip any context.
What's this? One of the Earth Clan. Ah, a very famous one, yes? You are the one called Shepard. It is a great honor to welcome the heroes of the Blitz.
You've got me at a disadvantage here.
Forgive me, Earth Clan. My name is Barla Vaughn. My job makes it necessary for me to keep informed. I am a financial advisor to many important clients here on the Citadel. When someone as important as yourself arrives on the station, I take notice.
I heard you work for the Shadow Broker. Do you have any information about Saren?
You're very blunt, Shepard. But you're right. I am an agent for the Shadow Broker. And I do know something about Saren.
Yeah, they remind me of moles too. And I think they're very endearing.
I hear your information can be expensive.
Normally, this information would cost a small fortune. But these are exceptional circumstances. So I am going to give it to you for free.
What's the catch?
There is no catch. The Shadow Broker is quite upset with Saren right now. They used to do a lot of business, until Saren turned on him.
That's what happens when you deal with a traitor like Saren.
I like how even Paragon...
No matter what you think of
Shepard
Saren,
is a little bit
he's not
judgy.
stupid. He knows the Shadow Broker is a valuable ally. Turning on him doesn't make sense. Not unless something huge was at stake. I don't know the details, but the Shadow Broker hired a freelancer to deal with it. A Krogan mercenary.
Okay, so this is cool because remember we had these two leads. We could talk to this guy, we could find Garrus in the clinic. And both of these paths lead to the Krogan mercenary Rex, who, if you remember, was the big guy who came out at the bar, who was like, I have no beef with you guys.
I think I know him. His name's Rex.
Yes, I believe he's the one. I heard he was paying a visit to Citadel security.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to see if there was any
you might catch him before he leaves
info
the
we
C-Sec
missed, but
Academy.
I like that.
Isn't it strange that a Krogan would want to speak with C-Sec?
Very. However, I doubt the visit was entirely his choice. You'll need to speak with him if you want to know more.
Tell me more about your job.
Galactic finance is incredibly complex. A mix of laws and regulations from dozens of interstellar economies. I'm an expert in how all these economies interact. For a fee, I share my expertise.
Okay.
I also offer premium services for those clients who need someone to conduct business without drawing unwanted attention. Discreet and efficient. That's my motto.
Yes, I do know. I do know exactly what you mean. I can't remember where that is happening, Ronan, but maybe we'll find it. I know exactly the one you mean. Do you remember where that is?
Sounds pretty shady.
Oh, it's in the
Everything I
second
do
one.
falls completely within the bounds of interstellar commerce law. Even so, many of my clients would prefer their transactions
Of course, it's
remain
purely legal.
undisclosed.
Of course, he knows the loopholes.
For example, suppose a Hanar ambassador was petitioning the council to reduce tariffs on Hanar goods. How would it look if he had money invested in a Hanar exporting company? Even if his true motives were to help his people, he would be accused of advancing the petition for his own personal gain. I can keep his personal finances private.
Still sounds shady to me.
Then we can only hope you will never be cursed with a large enough fortune to require my services.
The sass. The sass. Okay.
Tell me more about the Shadow Broker.
Most people think I deal in finances, but my real currency is knowledge. I trade information, and it has made me very wealthy. But the Shadow Broker is the true master. Every day he buys and sells secrets that could topple governments, always giving them to the highest bidder.
Okay.
Yet somehow he never seems to upset the natural balance of power. All those secrets being passed around seem to even out. Nobody ends up with an advantage in the end.
Any guess what his identity might be?
I don't know. Nobody does. The Shadow Broker could be any race, any gender. I have a theory that it's actually an entire group working under one identity. How else could they juggle so many contacts at the same time? How else could they keep all that information from getting crossed? But they've got the perfect setup. Every government is forced to play their game so they don't get behind. But no matter how long you play, no matter how many secrets you buy, you can never.
I am good. This is not my first playthrough, it's just my first time streaming this game. I am specifically playing this game because I love it, and I've played it many, many, many times since it came out, and I wanted to share it with people who haven't played it, or people who wanted to revisit it as well. So, my first stream, but not my first playthrough.
I thought you'd know more about the man you work for.
From time to time I come across information I sell to the Shadow Broker. That's my only involvement. I like it that way.
I like how the Shadow Broker, regardless...
The more you know, the more dangerous the game becomes. I don't like danger, Commander. I'll leave that to you.
You could say that the Shadow Broker is just someone who's profiting off all of this because they're, you know, selling these secrets for money. But you could also say they're doing, you know, a service in that they are evening out all these shady things so that, again, like you said, nobody ends up really having enough information to make a difference. So he kind of keeps the balance. So that's kind of cool. All right.
What's it like living here on the Citadel?
The station is without a doubt the greatest wonder in the galaxy. It is a technological marvel, but its true splendor goes much deeper than the hull and engines. From the Presidium to the wards, the entire station is a testament to the success of the Council. All the species of Citadel spaced together in a single strong community.
Okay, I'm not going to ask too much about the Citadel. I think we're just going to...
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
We're just going to go. We're just going to go because we got to find Rex. I think we... He's at the CSEC Academy. Okay. To the CSEC Academy. That is where we will go. That is where we will go. See, normally when I play, I tend to have a very loose interpretation of urgency because in games like these, because they know you don't know where you need to go, even if they say, oh, hurry, you might, you know, you might miss him, the actual urgency is kind of limited. So, yeah. I would just explore normally and be like, what's this? What's this? So that I don't miss anything. But I think we'll follow the main plot now a little bit. We can still explore after. Okay, so, CSEC Academy, let's go. Oh, hello, what's going on? Thank you so much. Thank you for gifting all those memberships. Thank you, that's so kind of you. That's really, really generous. Thank you so much. When's the last time BioWare released a game? Dragon Age Veilguard? Maybe? Have they released anything more recent than that?
Welcome to the
Wait.
Presidium. Allow me to
Did
be
I
your guide.
did I take the wrong turn? CSEC Academy. No, CSEC Academy is this way. To CSEC Academy. Ah! It's down here. Haha. Yes, it was below us. Alright. Time for another elevator.
In light of the recent attack on Eden Prime, many colonial investors are pulling their support for future projects. Proponents of expanded human colonization insist that Eden Prime was an isolated case. Nevertheless, colonist enrollment has dropped sharply.
The music. I don't know if I'm the right person to collab with. I think I have my own brand of very slow streaming. I don't know if I'm interesting for all the big guys.
Many colonial proposals are on hold until backers have some reassurance that human colonies will be adequately protected.
I like how this is basically just a loading screen, but, you know, they're giving us the illusion that we're moving. We get some context. Alright. Great. We're now at CSEC. Oh, yes, there's a bunch of things here. Okay, okay. Here's Rex. He's what we came for.
Witnesses saw you making threats in Fist's bar. Stay away from him.
I don't take orders from you.
This is your only warning, Rex.
You should warn Fist. I will kill him.
You want me to arrest you?
I want you to try.
Rex is such a legend.
Go on. Get out of here.
Do I know you, human?
My name's Shepard. I'm going after Fist. Thought you might want to come along.
Shepard. Commander Shepard. I've heard a lot about you. We're both warriors, Shepard. Out of respect, I'll give you fair warning. I'm going to kill Fist.
Fist knows you're coming. We'll have a better chance if we all work together.
My people have a saying. Seek the enemy of your enemy, and you will find a friend.
Glad to have you on the team, Rex.
Let's go. I hate to keep Fist waiting.
Okay, so because these guys both have personal ties, for role-playing reasons I'm going to bring them. Again, it doesn't really matter what the... It's, you know, you can play however you want. But I'm just going to bring them because they are involved with the story. I'm going to go the wrong way first. Because I want to go in here. Scan that. Speak to this man.
One sec, looking you up. Commander Shepard, here with the Alliance military. First time on the Citadel, that about right?
How did you know all that?
I'm the CSEC requisitions officer. I need to make sure our buyers are authorized. So, will you be purchasing anything today, Commander Shepard?
Show me what you got.
Excellent. I hope you find what you're looking for.
Just to see if he's got anything that we need. Yes, he's got some licenses. And a grenade upgrade. I mean, I always forget the grenades are there, so I mean... probably won't need that, but... let's get it anyway. To be thorough. Okay, great. Now we can go and do what we actually came here to do. I think... Fist is... Oh, Fist is back at the bar. Yes, of course. But now that we're here at CSEC, let's just quickly go through it. Because once we've done this once, we won't need to...
Okay, Jaleel. Let me get this straight.
Oh.
Your business partner, Shorban, he's threatened you?
Hey there.
Okay.
Oh,
this is related
you're
to
not
the quest we're
CSEC,
on.
Are you? Did you want something?
What were you trying to explain to the officer before?
My colleague is trying to kill me, and I thought we were friends.
How do you know he wants you dead?
He's changed. He won't talk to me at work anymore, and he started following me. Yesterday, he followed me all the way home, just waiting for a chance. I don't care what anyone thinks. He wants me gone. I know it.
Is there something I can do? Talk to your friend, maybe?
Would you? That's all I want. Someone to talk to him. Tell him to leave me alone.
Sounds serious.
He thinks he can just push me around, but you'll show him, won't you?
Just tell me where he is and I'll go find him.
Oh, right. Well, he wanted to meet with me down in the wards near the markets. He said he just wanted to talk, but I know better. His name's Shorban. He's a Salarian.
I'm fairly sure he's the guy who told
have any
who
trouble.
we're scanning
He's
the
just a
keepers for.
scientist.
Shorban.
Yeah.
That's the guy who wanted us to scam the keepers.
The keepers? Well, even more reason to go after him. That's against regulations.
I better look into this right away. Find out what he's up to.
Anything's possible with Shorban these days. Well, good luck.
I think it's just good to do the exploration rounds once to pick up any side quests. Because sometimes they are actually quite interesting and they give you, you know, important information about the world or unlock things for you. So it's worth doing it. It is, the story is good. The world building is really good. What's up here? Traffic control. Oh well. Let's go up here in case there are things to hack. Stuff to steal. You know. I'm sure we're not doing anything untoward. Just getting codex entries. Scanning some keepers. You saw nothing. Nothing to see here. Shepard gets her steps in, unlike me. Yeah. Alright, let's go and deal with Fist. Let's go back to the fast travel and go to Cora's den. I'm not a loot goblin. It's completion. I'm just gonna save here. Just because I hadn't saved at any point. It auto-saves, but I just figured, you know what? Wait. Oh. Quest in the lower markets. Oh, this is the guy we wanted to talk to.
Commander, I wasn't expecting to see you again. Is there something you want?
You can start by telling me the truth, Shorban.
I'm not sure what you're referring to. My experiment, sir.
We're not buying it. Jalid told us you've been after him.
You spoke with Jalid? Then you know about the data?
No, but you're gonna tell me. Everything.
You boys can go. Looks like my plans have changed. It's not as bad as you think, Commander. Jalid and I just got a little over our heads.
Keep talking.
The company we work for developed an experimental procedure for use in medical scanners. Jalid and I saw even more potential, so we stole the plans and secretly developed a tool to scan the Keepers. Can you imagine? A tool that can actually get readings from the Keepers?
What's so special about that?
The Keepers are almost impossible to scan, and you can't capture them or get samples. They just
Hi, Marco.
self-destruct. After
How are you?
centuries here, we still don't know anything about them. Don't you see? We were the first to scan them, ever.
So this is about IP
You've seen
rights,
it
just like
yourself,
in real
Commander.
life.
You know we can do it.
Why are you trying to kill your partner?
I'm not trying to kill him. Jalid's job was to disseminate our initial findings. But
Hey,
he decided to keep
thank
the
you so
data
much for
himself.
dropping by. Everyone say hi
Maybe
to Marco.
sell it. I don't know.
So you're just trying to get back what Jalid already stole?
We lost our heads. We just couldn't let an opportunity like this pass us by. Commander, if you'll just continue gathering data for me, imagine what we might learn. And you'll stand to make a bit of a profit yourself, remember?
We're not doing it for money, guys. We're doing it for science.
I suppose a little scanning here and there won't hurt anyone.
Very good. Maybe if you wouldn't mind speaking with Jalid.
Hello, Queen
The data
Clary.
you're
This
gathering from me
is Mass
useless if
Effect.
Jalid won't help me analyze it.
Which is a game, a sci-fi RPG, which is almost 20 years old, but it holds up. The story's very good, and so I'm playing it on stream for the first time to share it with people who are interested.
I'll go have a chat with him right now.
Thank you. And happy scanning, Commander.
Alright, so now we will proceed with where we were going before. Because we can always go back and resolve that. But let's go and speak to Fist, which is what... Oh, see? There's a bunch of shit happening now. Let's... Bringing a shotgun in here, is that what we want? That's not the shotgun. Where's the shotgun? There's the shotgun. I did want to bring a shotgun to the bar. turned at the same time. Bizarre. Sorry, the recoil. I always forget about. I think that was it. Nope. One more. Who's that? Oh. Okay. Cool.
Perimeter secured.
Alright. Oh.
Stop right there. Don't come any closer.
Warehouse workers.
Yeah, this is 20 years
All
old,
the real
but
guards must be dead.
it's upscaled.
Stay back or we'll shoot.
Okay, so now, because I have all the dialogue options unlocked, I can either charm them or intimidate them.
This would be a good time to find somewhere else to work.
Yeah, right. That's a good idea.
Yeah, I never liked Fist anyway.
Oh, hi, Life, you're here too. Hello, everyone.
Quicker to just kill them.
Shooting people isn't always the answer.
That's so unlike Garrus to say that, but I love that. He literally just shot at the hostage. Oh, there we go. Pulled the speed, shoot the hostage, right? Come on, Shadow, what are you doing? Reaction speed 0. Oh, that's Fist, gotcha. Why did I think Fist was also a Krogan?
Wait! Don't kill me, I surrender!
Where's the Quarian?
She's not here. I don't know where she
Look at
is.
his
That's the
haircut.
truth.
He's
Giving
no
90s
use to you
villain.
now. Let me kill him.
Wait, I don't know where the Quarian is, but I know where you can find her. The Quarian isn't here, said she'd only deal with the Shadow Broker himself.
Face to face? Impossible. Even I was hired through an agent.
Nobody meets the Shadow Broker, ever. Even I don't know his true identity. But she didn't know that. I told her I'd set a
RuneScape,
meeting
but I've played World
but
of
when she
Warcraft a
shows
lot.
up, it'll be Saren's men waiting for her.
Give me the location, now.
Here on the wards, the back alley by the markets. She's supposed to meet them right now. You can make it if you hurry.
Just another day. Well, he said he was going to do it.
The Shadow Broker paid me to kill him. I don't leave jobs half done.
We don't shoot unarmed prisoners.
How many people died because of him? He brought this on himself. Besides, we have more pressing concerns.
That Quarian's dead if we don't go now.
Fair point. Okay, but we got to loot. It's okay. We can make it. Oh, there we go. It's okay. We got this. To do that, but I can't remember how you do that.
Clear.
How do you use where's the menu? There we go. Yeah? Oh, I can't remember how you use the item.
Patching you up.
There we go. I think this is where we're going, right? Oh, where is it that we're going, actually? Let me just remember where she is. We have to get to the alley. Yeah, but we are going the right place, aren't we? Oh, is it this way? It's this way. Great, yeah, this is the way. See, it is quite linear. There's really only the one way you can go.
Did you bring it?
Where's the Shadow Broker? Where's Fist?
They'll be here. Where's the evidence?
No way. The deal's off.
This is... What the hell? I feel like that would work for sure.
Fist set me up. I knew I couldn't trust him.
Were you hurt in the fight?
I know how to look after myself. Not that I don't appreciate the help.
B for heal.
Who are you?
My name's Shepard. I'm looking for evidence to prove Saren's a traitor.
Then I have a chance to repay you for saving my life. But not here. We need to go somewhere safe.
We could take her to the human embassy. Your ambassador will want to see this anyway.
Okay, so we've pretty much met the majority of the cast
making
now,
my life easy, Shepard.
which is good.
Firefights in the wards, an all-out assault on Korra's den. Do you know how many... Who's this? A Quarian? What are you up to, Shepard?
Making your day, Ambassador. She has information linking Saren to the Geth.
Really? Maybe you better
Yeah,
start
combat
at
is a
the
lot
beginning,
improved in 2 and 3,
miss.
for sure.
My name is Tali.
The first
Tali
has the
Zoran
clunkiest
Araya.
gameplay.
We don't see many Quarians here. Why did you leave the flotilla?
I was on my pilgrimage. My rite of passage into adulthood.
I've never heard of this before.
It is a tradition among my people. When we reach maturity, we leave the ships of our parents and our people behind. Alone, we search the stars, only returning to the flotilla once we have discovered something of value. In this way, we prove ourselves worthy of adulthood.
So, just to remind new players, Tali is a Quarian, which is the race who invented the Geth, who are the robots we've been fighting, the synthetics we've been fighting on Eden Prime.
What kinds of things do you look for?
It could be resources like food or fuel, or some type of useful technology, or even knowledge that will make life easier on the flotilla. Through our pilgrimage, we prove that we will contribute to the community, rather than being a burden on our limited resources.
Tell us what you found.
During my travels, I began hearing reports of Geth. Since they drove my people into exile, the Geth have never ventured beyond the Veil. I was curious.
So that's why they're on pilgrimages.
I
They're in
tracked a
exile.
patrol of Geth to an uncharted world. I waited for one to become separated from its unit. Then I disabled it and removed its memory core.
I thought the Geth fried their memory cores when they died. Some kind of defense mechanism.
How did you manage to preserve the memory core?
My people created the Geth. If you're quick, careful, and lucky, small caches of data can sometimes be saved. Most of the core was wiped clean, but I salvaged something from its audio banks.
Yes, because this game is so old,
Eden Prime was a major victory.
romances are gender
Has
locked.
brought us one step closer to finding the conduit.
That's Saren's voice. This proves he was involved in the attack.
He said Eden Prime brought him one step closer to finding the conduit. Any idea what that means?
The conduit must have something to do with the beacon. Maybe it's some kind of Prothean technology. Like a weapon.
Wait, there's more. Saren wasn't working alone.
Eden Prime was a major victory. The beacon has brought us one step closer to finding the conduit.
And one step closer to the return of the Reapers.
I don't recognize that other voice, the one talking about Reapers.
Are they some kind of new alien species?
According to the memory core, the Reapers were a hyper-advanced machine race that existed 50,000 years ago.
Yes, that is Keith David.
The Reapers hunted the Protheans to total extinction, and then they vanished. At least, that's what the Geth believe.
Sounds a little far-fetched.
The vision on Eden Prime. I understand it now. I saw the Protheans being wiped out by the Reapers.
The Geth revere the Reapers as gods, the pinnacle of non-organic life. And they believe Saren knows how to bring the Reapers back.
The Council is just going to love this.
The Reapers are a threat to every species in Citadel space. We have to tell them.
No matter what they think about the rest of this, those audio files prove Saren's a traitor.
The Captain's right. We need to present this to the Council right away.
What about her? The Quarian?
My name is Tali. You saw me in the alley, Commander. You know what I can do. Let me come with you.
I thought you were on your pilgrimage.
The pilgrimage proves we are willing to give of ourselves for the greater good. What does it say about me if I turn my back on this? Saren is a danger to the entire galaxy. My pilgrimage can wait.
I'll take all the help I can get.
We gotta recruit everyone. Tali is
Thanks.
best girl.
You won't regret this.
Anderson and I
actually
will go
really
ahead
like
and
all
get
the
things ready with the council.
all the alien companions.
Take a few
They're
minutes
great.
to collect yourself, then meet us in the tower.
Okay, I mean, I think it doesn't really matter who we bring for this. I think we'll bring Tali and Garrus because they're the ones who have the evidence. It doesn't really matter. But great. Okay, let's go and present this evidence. I think that's a nice place to go now, and then maybe wrap up today's stream. No, this is not where we're going. We're going this way. In this game, I think the reason the council doesn't believe us is not racism, but, you know, it's the feud between humans and the alien races at this point in time.
Commander Shepard, my name is Samesh Bhatia. Forgive the intrusion, but I have nowhere else to turn.
It's no trouble. What can I do for you?
My wife was a Marine. She was in the 212 on Eden Prime. I've requested that my wife's body be returned to me for cremation, but the military has refused my request.
Why did they refuse your request? There's got to be some reason.
I don't know. All I know is that they have declared it impossible for my wife to be returned to me.
There's no reason for your wife's body to be held like this. Just wait here.
The man in charge of my case is Mr. Bosker. When I last saw him, he was in the expensive bar over there. Thank you for your time. I just want to give my wife a proper funeral, and the respect she deserves.
Okay, we'll come back to this guy later, because obviously that is an important thing to help him with, but let's wrap up this main business with the council first. What makes me decide between wearing a headset or earphones? I mean, these are in my home studio normally, so I will use them when recording. I usually just have the headphones in, especially the smaller ones if I'm just talking to, like if I have other people on stream. That way we can split audio and we can both have a pair in. But today I just thought I get better audio quality with these on. But I get tired. Like, I get a headache from having these on for too long, so it depends on how long the stream is. Right, we are going to Citadel Tower. Yeah, it is a side quest. I have played the game before. By the way, if you're giving me advice, I have played the game before several times, so I am aware of what is side quests. Right, let's go and do this.
Come on. Udine is presenting the Quarians' evidence to the Council.
Eden Prime was a major victory. The beacon has brought us one step closer to finding the conduit.
And one step closer to the return of the Reapers.
Yes, Ronan, we can raid after this.
There it is.
When we're wrapping up, sure.
This evidence is irrefutable, Ambassador. Saren will be stripped of his Spectre status, and all efforts
See?
will be
Now they
made to
trust.
bring him in to answer for his crimes.
I recognize the other voice, the one speaking with Saren. Matriarch Benezia.
Who is she?
Matriarchs are powerful Asari who have entered the final stage of their lives. Revered for their wisdom and experience, they serve as guides and mentors to my people. Matriarch Benezia is a powerful biotic, and she had many followers. She will make a formidable ally for Saren.
So she is the
I'm more
woman we
interested
saw.
in the Reapers.
To those who
what do you know
asked.
about them?
Only what was extracted from the Geth's memory core. The Reapers were an ancient race of machines that wiped out the Protheans. Then they vanished.
The Geth believe the Reapers are gods, and Saren is the prophet for their return.
Yep,
We
I
think
played
the
this when it
conduit
came
is the
out.
key
I am
to
an
bringing
OG.
them back. Saren's searching for it. That's why he attacked Eden Prime.
Do we even know what this conduit is?
Saren thinks it can bring back the Reapers. That's bad enough.
Listen to what you're saying. Saren wants to bring back the machines that wiped out all life in the galaxy? Impossible. It has to be. Where did the Reapers go? Why did they vanish? How come we found no trace of their existence? If they were real, we'd have found something.
I tried to warn you about Saren, and you refused to face the truth. Don't make the same mistake again.
This is different. You proved Saren betrayed the Council. We all agree he's using the Geth to search for the conduit, but we don't really know why.
The Reapers are obviously just a myth, Commander. A convenient lie to cover Saren's true purpose. A legend he is using to bend the Geth to his will.
50,000 years ago, the Reapers wiped out all galactic civilization. If Saren finds the conduit, it will happen again.
Saren is a rogue agent on the run for his life. He no longer has the rights or resources of a Spectre. The Council has stripped him of his position.
That is not good enough. You know he's hiding somewhere in the Traverse. Send your fleet in!
A fleet cannot track down one man.
A Citadel fleet could secure the entire region, keep the Geth from attacking any more of our colonies.
Or it could trigger a war with the Terminus systems. We won't be dragged into a galactic confrontation over a few dozen human colonies.
Every time humanity asks for help, you ignore us.
Shepard's right. I'm sick of this council and its anti-human bull...
Ambassador.
No swearing.
There is another solution. A way to stop Saren that does not require fleets or armies.
How are you?
No, it's too soon. Humanity is not ready for the responsibilities that come with joining the Spectres.
You don't have to send a fleet into the Traverse, and the Ambassador gets his human Spectre. Everybody's happy.
And just like that...
Commander Shepard, step forward. It is the decision of the Council that you be granted all the powers and privileges of the Special Tactics and Reconnaissance branch of the Citadel.
Spectres are not trained, but chosen. Individuals forged in the fire of service and battle. Those whose actions elevate them above the rank and file.
Spectres are an ideal, a symbol, the embodiment of courage, determination, and self-reliance. They are the right hand of the Council, instruments of our will.
Spectres bear a great burden. They are protectors of galactic peace, both our first and last line of defense. The safety of the galaxy is theirs to uphold.
You are the first human Spectre, Commander. This is a great accomplishment for you and your entire species.
I'm honored, Counselor.
We're sending you into the Traverse after Saren. He's a fugitive from justice, so you are authorized to use any means necessary to apprehend or eliminate him.
Any idea where to find him?
We will forward any relevant files to Ambassador Udina.
This meeting of the Council is adjourned.
We made it, kids. We made it, kids.
Congratulations, Commander.
We've got a lot of work to do, Shepard. You're going to need a ship, a crew, supplies.
You'll get access to special equipment and training now. You should go down to the C-Sec Academy and speak to the Spectre Requisitions Officer.
Anderson, come with me. I'll need your help to set all this up.
You'd think Udina would be happier now. He's just still the same. He's just like...
I thought the Ambassador would be a little more grateful.
I know, right?
Until I find Saren, I haven't done anything. Come on.
Right behind you, Shepard.
Woo! Okay, so now we unlock this, which gives us a lot of good stuff. We get, yeah, just all damage, health, accuracy increased. I'm gonna keep opening up all the charm options because I want to do that. I also do, wait, I'll actually do this first. Just to have that. But yeah, it's a good game. It's a good game, guys. We made it. We have officially revoked Saren's Spectre status, and we've become a Spectre. So that is a pretty good start, and I think a reasonable place to... Oh, wow! Sorry, what happened there? All the subs on Twitch. Thank you so much. Who did that? Who did that? Thank you, Magic Core. Thank you. That was so kind of you. Yeah, sorry, I didn't get that notification. Really sorry. Thank you so much. That's very, very generous of you. yes, guys, if you haven't played this game, I mean, I don't know if I've persuaded you or dissuaded you, but if you haven't played this game yourself and you are interested, do go and check it out. It's on Steam. It's probably on PlayStation or many other consoles. It's a really good game. I'm gonna keep playing it on streams. We're probably gonna wrap it here for today because this feels like a good place to do it. But I still think this game really holds up. I think the story is very, very good. I think if you've been watching the stream up until now, you probably have an idea now of where we're going to head with this. Beth's online. Yes, we will raid Beth after this then. But yeah, it's going to get good. It's a really good story. It still holds up. Yeah, it might be on sale right now, actually. It really, really is good. And yeah, I can't recommend it enough. One of my favorites, absolutely. So we will keep playing it. My plan is to play this as my chill streams this month. So I'm going to be back next Wednesday. Yes, I'm sorry you had to work. So I think the next stream, let me just check my own schedule. The next stream I said I was going to do is next Wednesday, so the 14th. I will definitely continue, but I might actually, I thought I was busy this weekend, but I might not be, so I might actually sneak an extra one in Saturday or Sunday. Could be a nice time to do this as well, because I know that Wednesdays aren't necessarily a good time for all people, because I know a lot of you are working right now. So I will see if I can do one this weekend, and if not, I will be back next Wednesday. But I can see if I can do it a little later in the evening, so that it's not quite as early. The problem is I've got people watching from pretty much everywhere in the world, time-wise, so it's impossible to find a time that works for every viewer. But I try to mix it up. Okay, I hope if this was your first view of Mass Effect that you're not completely scared away. I think, yeah, I think it's really fun to see how it is 20 years later, and it's still pretty good. It's still pretty good, I think. It doesn't feel as old as I feared it would. Sure, the graphics are, you know, they're not going to look the way a new game does, but I think it flows well, and I think because it's fully voiced, the pacing of all the dialogue and the cutscenes feels pretty flowy still. So yeah, thank you so much for being here and for supporting these silly endeavors. It was really, really lovely to have you here as I played through one of my favorite games. It was really, really fun. I think Ronan, if you wanted to raid Beth, we can do that. So for those of you who know me from Wuthering Waves, I think we've got Elizabeth Chu, who is the voice actor for Booling in Wuthering Waves. She is live now playing Wuthering Waves, so we are going to raid her because she is lovely and fun. So yes, we can go. And yes, Ronan put the link in the YouTube channel for anyone who's watching from there. So if you want to go and check out Beth's stream, she is really, really funny and nice. So feel free to go and do that. And for those of you who are on Twitch, feel free to stay and say hi to Beth. She is really, really lovely. Yes, Ronan, absolutely. Send us off and say hi to Beth. I will also put the stream ending screen on here so people know that this one is wrapping up. But yeah, do go and check out Beth's stream. She's really, really lovely. Thank you so much, Ronan, and any other mods who are here. Thank you, everyone who joined. Thank you, everyone who subscribed or donated subs. That was so kind of you. I'll put this on the stream ending for now. And yeah, see you tomorrow, Ronan. I'll see you in real life. Take care, everyone. Have a good evening.